Tegan.
How are you?
Good, you look amazing.
Thank you very much. I can't get through most doorways, but I do feel really lovely. And welcome to Melbourne for the start of World Ballet Day. My name is Tegan Higginbotham and I'm here with senior artist Jared Madden as we prepare to take you behind the scenes of the Australian Ballet.
Thank you so much for joining us. I thought we'd catch the tram to work. It's the best way Melburnians travel here in City, and it's the closest stop for us to get to the Primrose Potter Australian Ballet Centre.
And what a massive day it's going to be. Over the next 24 hours, some of the world's premier ballet companies are going to be inviting us backstage. So you're not only going to get to spend time with the Australian Ballet here in Melbourne, but also the Bolshoi in Moscow, the Royal Ballet in London, and over the next 5 hours, we're going to be looking at some of the other ballet companies in our region, including the Royal New Zealand Ballet, the National Ballet of Japan, and the Houston Ballet, unless Houston has a problem, but I'm sure they'll be fine.
You're not going to do that all day?
Oh, you'll be pleased to hear that I'm planning on doing that stuff all day, Jared.
Oh, okay.
But what are we going to be doing with the Australian Ballet in particular?
Well, we're going to start off with our typical ballet class. We do that every day to get warm, and then after that we're going to see some of our Cinderella rehearsals, some Sleeping Beauty, a bit of Spartacus, which we opened 2 weeks ago, and a little bit of Capalia, so a big day for us ahead.
But the whole point of World Ballet Day is to make it for you feel as if you're part of your favourite ballet. So settle in, you can dance along if you want to, or dress up like I have, just don't go jogging in this, people do stare. Now what's up first, Jared?
Class, nice day for us, warm at the body, and then after that we'll go into Sleeping Beauty.
Lovely. Well, look, if you do want to ask Jared or any of your other favourite dancers any questions, feel free to tweet us at @the_Ballet or #World Ballet Day, and we'll try to get back to as many questions as we can. Now, is this our stop up here?
Yep, it is.
All right.
Can't be late.
Excuse me, everybody.
Artistry.
Womanjika, Marambik Bik Bunarong Namder Barupton Ata Willem. That means welcome to our beautiful home. The lands of the two great bays, Nurm being Port Phillip Bay and Merrin being Western Port Bay. We are now on the lands of the Birunga, the city of the river. So when we welcome you to our beautiful home, Womanjika means to come, ask to come, and what's your intention for coming? And the intention is to celebrate this coming together from around the world and in collaboration with the Australian Ballet Company. So when we say welcome to our beautiful home, it's about welcoming you to this beautiful presentation we have to offer you. So once again, Womanjika Marambik Bik Bunarong Namderp Barupton Ata Willem. Welcome to our beautiful home, the lands of the two great bays. Birunga.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to World Ballet Day. All right. Facing the bar, legs in second. Let's start with our port de bras. Thank you.
Make it up in a minute.
And thank you to Nawi Carolyn Briggs-Boone, Wurrung Elder, for that beautiful welcome to country. Not only welcoming everybody here at the Ballet Centre, but from everybody tuning in from around the world. And speaking of welcomes, I'm very happy to introduce you all to Artistic Director David McAllister.
Thanks, Tegan.
Thanks for having us here in your absolutely beautiful home.
Oh, it's new. It's our brand new home. We're really excited to be in the new Zambelli studio, which has just been built for us. So.
No. Well, as Jared was just saying on the tram, every ballet dancer starts their day with the morning class. Can you explain to me why this is so important for the dancers?
Well, this is the reset for a dancer every single day, no matter whether you're doing study or whether you're a professional dancer. You start at the bar every single day. You do tondus, you do a little port de bras, as they're doing at the moment, and this is where we begin every day.
Amazing. And do you occasionally still jump in there and join in with the classes?
No, they don't need pensioners doing ballet class. It's very much for the company. I do teach every so often, which is great, but we have Fiona Tonkin, our principal ballet mistress, teaching today, and she gives a beautiful class. So.
Now Fiona, who we just saw, she has been with the company for a very, very long time. Can you explain her role here?
Well, Fiona joined in 1980 as a dancer in the company, and she became one of our most loved principals. And then she retired from dance in 93, and then she came back to us in 2003. She went away and did a classics course and studied at university, and then became a teacher, and she worked at Royal New Zealand Ballet before coming back to us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, over the course of the day, we're not only going to see many of the ballets, some which you'll be putting on next year, some which people have seen over the course of this year, but we're also going to meet several of the dancers who, and it seems like this is the thing with the Australian Ballet, they study here and then they start choreographing and doing choreography, and it becomes a wonderful lifelong relationship with the Australian Ballet.
I think it's the nature of a ballet company. It's sort of like a family. You know, you grow up through the family, and then your roles change and you become and do different things. So, and I think it's the same in every company. You'll see probably at the Bolshoi and at the Royal Ballet too later today that, you know, those artists that come through the company and end up becoming dancers, choreographers, directors, ballet masters, mistresses.
Amazing. Yeah. Well, I think we should settle in and actually watch the class.
Beautiful. Okay.
Lower backs, legs under your rotate. Transfer, feel those abdominals lifted. Stretch behind that knee. Lower the heel, both adductors. Abdominals and lower backs, lengthen, beautiful long necks. Get the knees stretched behind. Arms to the fifth. Arms to the second. Keep the lower rib cage. Stretch behind that knee. Resist, resist. All right, good guys. Okay. Pliés, let's do this one. So we go, and 1, and a 2, and rise. Work those legs, and resist. All the way down, work the legs on the way up. Small en avant, and up, en arrière, and lift up, and rise and balance. Work those legs, second. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 full plie. Sides.
So David, what exactly is Fiona going through at the moment, and what is the purpose of this for the dancers?
So this is one of the early exercises on the bar, and the plie is one of those things that is all the way through class, and in fact all the way through dancing. It's the most basic of the movements, and the plie means to bend, so you bend your knees, and you can do a demi-plie, which is a small plie, or a grand plie, which is the full all the way down to the floor. So this is the grand plie that we're watching now. So you can see that it's sort of different levels, but it's really the foundation of ballet. I mean, along with the positions of the feet, and you'll notice that the dancers are standing with their toes pointing out to the side. That's what we call turnout or external rotation, and this is sort of the basics of getting ready, the body ready for moving for ballet.
Having spoken with a few of the dancers over the past couple of weeks, so I've really picked up on the idea that this isn't just important physically for them, but it's really mentally important to come back to this class every morning and reset for the day.
It's almost a meditation, actually, you know, because it is something that you do every day. So every day it's different. The teacher is different and the class will be different. Sometimes exercises like the pliés can be the same. Some teachers have a standard plié that you don't have to think about, you just do. But it always happens in each position of the feet. So you start in the first, you go into the second. We're now in the fifth position, which is the sort of tightest of the positions. But it's a wonderful way to just really calm your mind and just get ready for the day ahead.
I think it might have been yourself last year on World Ballet Day that said that if a dancer misses one class, they notice it. If they miss 2 classes, the audience notices it. Is that true? Is it really that vital?
That was the Rudolf Nureyev sort of message, and the third one is if you miss class for 2 days, then the audience notice. So
yes.
So it's one of those things that it's just the daily routine. It's like brushing your teeth. You know, you come into class and you do this every day to just get ready.
Now, is this sort of a class normal where you can see that there seems to be lots of different, first of all, we've got boys and girls in this class. I can see that we have principal dancers in here, senior dancers in here. Is that normal?
So for World Ballet Day, we let the dancers decide which class they do, because we also have another 2 classes downstairs. And it's really, every day we do different. So some days we have the women together and the men in separate class. Other days we do all the quarter ballet together, and then all the senior soloists and principals in another class. But then twice a week we let them decide who they want to do. So yeah, sometimes it's, there's certain teachers that you really love working with, and that's a great opportunity for them to choose those teachers that they want to do class with.
Now on the piano I can hear that Stuart Macklin who's playing. I believe he's been with the company since 1985. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, as everybody at home can no doubt hear. Does he get a heads up about, for example, what Fiona's going to plan for the day, or is he just improing it? He's just going with the flow?
That's exactly what he's doing. Any ballet pianist all around the world has no idea what the teacher is going to set. I mean, there's a fairly formal routine of, you start with pliés, then you do tendus, then you do gérés, then you do a fondu or a rond de jambe. So they sort of know what's coming up, but they have no idea what the exercise is going to be. So they're totally improvising, and Stu's one of the best. I mean, we're so lucky to have fantastic rehearsal pianists and class pianists in the company. We have Duncan, Sultan and Brian, they're three amazing musicians. So, and we sometimes have guest pianists too, but you're always very excited when you have one of our great pianists playing for class.
Close to first. À second, lower the heel, 2 counts to drag, use those adductors. Devant, close it first. À second, close it first. Rising up and over. And up, rotate, rotate, rotate. Derrière, pull it back with the fondu and close. À la seconde, lower the heel. Use your legs and derrière. Close it first. À la seconde, close it first. Rising up and over and up and hold. To the fifth, to the second. Work your legs on the way down. Okay? Dégagé, pull back, fondu and close. Second, lower the heel, drag it to the first. Devant and second, up and over. Okay, transference of weight, everybody. Feel those legs active. Thank you, Stu. Get ready to transfer the weight to the front. Feel
So
that
this is the
supporting
tendu,
leg.
which is the next of the foundation steps, where we start using the underneath of the foot and using the arch and really warming up the feet, getting ready for what comes next. And usually, in our company anyway, we tend to do the first tendu from first, because it just gives you time to really feel that turn out from the top of the leg.
Tops of the legs. Arms to the fifth. Arms to the second. And rotate, stretch those knees, rotate. Good, guys. Keep remembering those arms in second, okay? Hold them, don't let them droop. Feel the back, the front as well. All right, other side, thank you. Transfer the weight. Feel the rotation.
And just remember that you are watching World Ballet Day live here from the Ballet Centre in Melbourne. And if you do have any questions for David or any of your other favourite dancers throughout the day, make sure you send them through. We're going to get to as many of those questions as we possibly can. But while I've got David sitting right next to me, now is the perfect time to send him through a question. And David, I actually do have one question.
Sure.
Something I was thinking about in the car while I was driving in this morning. I can see already here how hard these dancers work every single day. This is really what is necessary if you want to be an elite dancer, isn't it? There's never going to be just a golden person who just happens to luck their way to the top. For example, I'm not secretly an amazing dancer, am I?
You may well be. If we had you up there doing tendus, Tegan, we could tell. But no, I always think a great dancer, it's 90% hard work and 10% talent. And, you know, to be in a professional company, you have to be pretty amazing. But then to have a career that takes you, you know, from company to company or, you know, around the world, it is a unique thing. But I think it's really about the dedication and the hard work that makes those people who they are and makes our dancers the best they can be.
Wonderful. Well, do send your questions through to David as we watch the morning class here at the Australian Ballet.
Close it fifth. To the front and a close, and front and close, and second and close, and second close. Inside leg, double fondu. Close it first, close it fifth. Keep hold of the supporting leg, really standing on it. Okay, use your upper backs, everyone. Use the floor. Thank you. chest to the front. Use your feet. À la seconde, standing. Transfer the weight, lift those abdominals. Double fondu second, close first fifth. And lift those abdominals, feel the supporting leg. And transfer on the leg. Backs open, first fifth, other side and lift. Transfer. Backs open, everyone, and first. Lift those abdominals. And first. All right, lovely guys. Okay, so last undo. And to the front, to the second, and 1, 2, 3, close it fifth, and a first, fifth, and derriere, to the second, and rond, 2, 3, and fifth, and a first, fifth, again in front, da-dee, da-da-da-ya, da-da, close it fifth, and a first, fifth, and derriere, to the second, and a rond, 2, 3, close it fifth, and a first, fifth, in your 16 count balance, okay, and to the retire, up, track down, other side, start again. To the front and to the second, and a rond, 2, 3, to the second, and a first, fifth. All right, on those legs, keep it tight, here we go. Stretch those knees, and 1, 2, 3, in, first, fifth, and.
We can see out there, David, a very diverse group of dancers. Are these dancers just from Australia or from all around the world?
So we have a couple of international dancers in the company. Interestingly, a lot of our dancers, when they come on working visas and often decide to become Australian residents. So we have Lucien Xu, he was trained at the Beijing Academy and then came to the Australian Ballet School. Who else have we got? George Nightingale, who's from Manchester. He auditioned when we were in London in 2016 and joined us the next year.
That's great.
Aya Watanabe and Yumi Yamada and Rina Namoto. I'm just looking around the room now. Oh, and Ishwan Wang. So they all went through the Australian Ballet School and then graduated from the school, and we were able to get them visas. Interestingly, just recently the visa situation has changed in Australia, so it's much harder now to employ non-Australian or New Zealand dancers. But we're working with the government to see if we can try and do that. Because two of our most loved principal dancers is Ching-Wu Guo and Ako Kondo, who Ako's from Japan and Chen's from China, now husband and wife. They joined the company from the Australian Ballet School too. So most of our graduates come through the Australian Ballet School, which is great. And even the foreign dancers in the company have often come through as foreign exchange students.
Well, I was actually going to bring up Arko because I was fortunate enough to see her dance very recently in Spartacus, and she was incredible. And she's the first dancer you've brought into the company from Japan?
She wasn't the first, but she was the first to become a principal. Yeah,
Amazing.
So,
well, she's incredible.
Yeah, no, she's incredible. We've been very lucky. I think because we're in the Asia-Pacific region, there's so many wonderful, great dancers from all over Asia, and so we're really lucky to... My great desire is for the Australian Ballet to reflect our country. And when you think we are a great country of immigration, from, obviously our first peoples, as Auntie Caroline said, were the original Australians, and since then, people from all around the world have come and made this their home. So we're really lucky to have dancers we have two Aboriginal dancers in the company, which is fantastic. We've got people from Europe, America, Obviously, lots of Australians, New Zealanders. So yeah, we tend to sort of call them our own. Anyone from across the ditch, we just claim.
Well, it's a really lovely mission statement, and one of the things I've noticed, having spent so much time here over the past few weeks, is that it is such a positive work environment here at the Australian Ballet. Everybody, other than the fact that you've clearly fostered this wonderful multicultural workspace, everybody gets along so wonderfully. Is that something that's personally just really important to you, having a positive, happy workplace?
I think if you're happy at work, you work better. And I think as a dancer, you know, it's a tough profession, and there's always ups and downs, and there's always highs and lows. But I think if you try and foster a culture of respect and sort of a bit of enjoyment for what you're doing, because it is hard, and that's what we try and have, that sort of the nice balance between hard work and having a good time as well. I think it's an Australian thing.
Yeah.
And 45 degrees, 2 rond de jambes, and a launch, carry second, and track to derrière and jeté, and close, and fondue, demi-rond, metatarsal rond, 2, 3, fondue, 4 rond de jambes, and 45 degrees, 2 rond de jambes, and a launch, carry second, track it, and jeté. All right, and then just port de bras forward, upper back into penché, 90 degrees arabesque, okay? All right, fondue demi-rond, 3 metatarsal ronds, fondue 4 rond de jambe, 45, 2, lant, carry, track it to that retire, jeté rond, chest open, over the écarté. All right, here we go, thank you.
And this morning, David is, of course, answering any questions you've got either on the Twitter at the Oz Ballet or hashtag World Ballet Day. Catherine B would like to know, what is your favourite production to direct and why?
Oh gosh, well I guess probably the one that's the closest to me is The Sleeping Beauty, which we did in 2015, and that was my very first big production for the company. I worked with the amazing designer Gabriela Tilasova, and funnily enough, Lucas Jervis, who's just done our Spartacus, he was the dramaturg on the production.
And that was also Kevin Jackson's first lead role, is that correct?
He was the original Prince in that
Yeah.
production, yeah. So he was, I mean, he's amazing, Kev, in everything he does. But so I guess that's the one that is closest to me. But I love the variety of work that we do at the Australian Ballet, and it's also fantastic watching other people like Lucas creating Spartacus, or we've had Alexei Redmansky here, and we're doing a bit of his Cinderella later. And equally when we did any of the Graham Murphy ballets he's created for the company. So we've, Wayne McGregor from the Royal Ballet did an amazing piece for us, and we just did Christopher Wheeldon's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland last year. So we've been really lucky to have some of the world's best choreographers and also repetiteurs staging some of the other repertoire. So I think it's always great to be in charge of something yourself, but it's also wonderful to learn from other people when they're staging these wonderful works.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer would like to know if you have any American dancers, and if so, who are they?
We do. We have Nicola Curry in this class, actually, who's just on the centre bar right in front of Jared. Nicola came to us from American Ballet Theatre, and she's a beautiful dancer. And she married an Aussie. That's how she came to Australia. So she came for love of both her art and her husband.
Nice.
I think Nicola's our only American dancer at the moment. Yes.
We also have another question. Are the dancers encouraged to wear the company T-shirts? And we were just talking before about the variety of shirts you've got under there. You've got Ballet Under the Stars, which just sounds like the most delightful thing I could possibly think of.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's a bit of a thing. Every time we do an outdoor performance, we get a T-shirt, and every time we launch a season, we get a T-shirt. So I think my whole dancewear wardrobe now is made up of Australian Ballet T-shirts. Which is great. So sometimes you're a bit out of date. I've still got my 2015 T-shirt, and you'll see even Fiona today is wearing her China Tour T-shirt from 2015. So yeah, they become a little sort of memory every time you put them on. But we don't necessarily encourage the dancers to wear them, but I think World Ballet Day, they like to have a bit of Australian merch on.
Absolutely. I have to admit, when I've seen ballet schools portrayed in a lot of popular culture films and all that sort of stuff, it's a very strict uniform, you know, and people get yelled at a lot if they're not wearing the right clothes. I can see that that's not the case here.
No.
People are really wearing whatever that makes them feel comfortable.
Usually when you're in a ballet school, you know, that's part of the training, to be uniformed and have a uniform. And then you join the company and it's almost like for the first couple of years you rebel, like you wear every bright colour that you weren't allowed to wear, and you customise. Even now, I mean, you know, the dancers get their T-shirts and, you know, they rip the sleeves off and take the neck out and they slash down the side. So it's, you know, that whole dance wear fashion thing is quite interesting. Dancers are very good at customising their clothes to make them look individual just for them.
Yeah.
To the second. Fondu devant cloche, demi-ronde. Single straight, single fondu, double on a rise, and close inside leg attitude. Okay? Fondu devant, double second, derrière, cloche, demi-ronde. Straight, fondu, double, change. Okay? All right. Both legs on dehors, beautiful backs. Quality. Here we go.
The first class that we did, Fiona has this thing, she often says beautiful backs, and there was a bit of a hashtag, beautiful backs, going on, because Fiona taught our first World Ballet Day class.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I think there might be a bit of hashtag beautiful backs again.
It'll start, it'll be a thing. Can you talk me through what's going on at the moment?
So we're up to the rond de jambes. So rond de jambes literally means the round of the leg, and you will have seen earlier they did the rond de jambes on the floor, so rond de jambes artère. And now this is the fondue, which is the sort of melting bend of the leg, and Fiona's finished it off with a bit of a rond de jambe en l'air, which means in the air.
The melting fondue is not named after my favourite cheese dish, is it?
Exactly, same sort of thing.
Great.
Instead of melting cheese, you've got melting legs.
Lovely. Well, this is one reference. I'm like, oh, I'm very familiar with
Yes,
this.
yes.
Fondue I know very well.
And straight. Fondue. Transfer the weight. Nice and solid on that supporting leg. That's a good one, Joey. One. Derrière. And stretch that supporting knee as you rise. Shoulders square. Keep those abdominals. Both legs on dehors. Lovely. Good, guys. Well done. Okay, frappe. And to the front, and to the second, and a 1 and 2 and 3, and a 1, 2, 3, and a 1 and 2 and 3. Double second, and a out and 2 and 3, and sideways with those beats. Da dee da ya pa 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 pa. Out and out. Oh, 1 and 2 and 3, and a 1 and 2 and 3, and a 1 and 2 and 3, and double second, out into fondue, and sideways with the beat, strong supporting leg. Inside leg attitude, 16 counts, extend other side, all right? And 1 and 2. Oh, 1 and 2 and 3. Oh, 1 and 2 and 3, and a 1 and 2 and 3. Double second, and a out into fondue on the leg. Petit battement, strong supporting leg. All right, so long time on that leg, right on top. Keep those abdominals active. Keep your chest and your elbows. Here we go. Nice and light, we're there. Keep those feet stretched in the frappe. Out, 2, solid supporting leg, abdominals. And over, shoulders square, keep those abdominals active. Keep growing, everyone. Rotate those legs, rotate. Beautiful, and we're there. Solid supporting side. Abdominal strong.
Jared, now we waited until the most energetic bit of the class to start chatting with you. How are you going out there?
Yeah, not too bad. Bit puffed.
You just pick that knee up a little
Don't
bit,
fall.
Jared.
Don't fall.
Instant feedback's a bit.
And extend. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that beautiful arabesque.
This is a bit odd.
We can do on-the-spot corrections from the corner.
Need this on stage. Sorry.
Okay, développé, 1 and a 2, carry 3, hold it 4 and fondue, 90-degree arabesque and a hold and fondue to the écarté and fondue to croisé, cloche at 90 degrees, penché down, recover, and we start again. 1, 2, 3, hold 4, track it to that coup de pied, to the arabesque and hold. Quarter tour, make sure that both legs en dehors to your écarté, to the croisé, cloche to 90 degrees, and penché and recover. Okay? Elbows, chest. Okay, not agony, ecstasy. All right, here we go. Thank you. Développé en fondue, lift those abdominals, backs open. 2, carry over the écarté, hold. Track it to that coup de pied, lift those abdominals, derrière. And quarter tour, backs open. 2 a croisé. Through the first. Stretch behind the knee. And lift the abdominals, chest, carry. Track it turned out. Good, quarter tour. And round, devant. Stretch behind the hip knee, harder, harder, harder. Nice, guys. Okay, it's always that little a bit of articulation. So every time your leg, you're always working the rotation from the top of the legs all the way to the ankle every time you track that foot down, okay? Quality. Okay, grand battement, please. And enveloppe, track it down, grand battement, inside leg, and enveloppe, track it down, and inside leg, en croix, and 2, and 3, plie 4, pick up your back leg, and balance, start again, and enveloppe, track it down, inside leg, enveloppe, track it down, inside leg, en croix, plie, half tour, okay? All right, use the floor, solid supporting legs, gorgeous backs, here we go. Backs open, and we're there, track it down, and keep your elbows, everyone. Use the floor. Backs open, half tour, up on the leg. And we're there. Abdominals lifted. Foot. Good. All right, risers, thank you. Facing the bar. Got it in there.
David, Alex D would like to know, who are your favourite choreographers to work with as a dancer?
Oh gosh, I was really lucky. I worked with quite a number of people. I guess for Australia, Graham Murphy, because he created a number of ballets when I was dancing. He's Nutcracker, and he did a piece which I was sort of fairly featured in called Gallery, which was a beautiful piece. But we danced lots of the John Cranko repertoire, Yuri Killian, who's a great master, and we did a lot of his ballets and had him come a couple of times, which was amazing. And I was lucky enough to be in some of the early works of Stanton Welsh and Stephen Baines, who are two of our resident choreographers. So yeah, I was very lucky. Maina Gilgood, who was our director, she was very proactive in bringing out great choreographers.
It sounds like that would be hard to choose.
It is hard. I mean, and Glenn Tetley, who was such an amazing American choreographer, he created a piece for us, and we also did his beautiful ballet Voluntaries. So yeah, lots of amazing people.
Young and Free on Twitter would also like to know, what is your advice for picking up choreography quickly?
Well, I was only thinking as I was watching class, I used to always stand behind Fiona Tonkin on the bar because she used to pick up everything really quickly. I think the most important thing is just to be really aware of detail, and to not be. Sometimes it's very easy to be sort of sidetracked and have a conversation or look at someone else. And I think you just really focus on whoever's teaching either the class or the ballet, and really focus. Once you've got it. I was one of those dancers that I wasn't very quick at picking up choreography, but once I knew it, I never forgot it. So I think it's really important to just really be very focused when you're in
Well, the
class.
Australian Ballet's program is always so full. Is it normal that a dance would have to maybe have 2 or 3 different ballets
Sometimes
memorised?
5 or 6, yeah. And for me, it was always about the music. I always used to think the music was sort of almost like the text. And even now I listen to music and I can think, oh, I've danced to that music and I remember the steps. Can't always remember what the ballet was, but it sort of becomes, I guess it's like actors learning lines. You find your way of doing it. For me, it was always just the music that triggered the steps.
For me, it's not so much lines, but I'll hear an ad from when I was 5 and I can sing all the lyrics, and it's like, that's concerning. Scott F on Twitter would also like to know, do different floors affect the dancer's performance?
Incredibly, yeah. So we now have a standard floor throughout the whole of the ballet centre, and then also when we're performing on stage, which is what we're dancing on at the moment. And it's a Harlequin sprung floor underneath, and then a Harlequin vinyl over the top, which is called Cascade. And so that's standard now in all of our studios and also when we're performing. But yeah, I mean, we went through a 2-year process of changing because our old floors were a different surface, and it became really hard to get that particular surface. And so we went through a whole big trial of what's the best floor to dance on, and we came to this, which was fantastic. And now, yes, if you go to another studio or another country where they have a different floor, it can be really quite off-putting. And it's just that you get to feel confident on the floor that you know. So that's why we've standardised our floors across the ballet centre and also when we're performing on stages.
Really fast. Where's my line as we go into that retire? Keep that line. Second group. All right, stretch those legs. Chest everybody presentation. Okay, use your pommel. Thank you. And we're there. Use your feet. Fondue on the leg. Open the back. To your centre. And we're there. And up. Good. Fondue on the leg. Solid supporting leg. We're there. All right, Sean. Don't look away. All right, first group back, thanks. With a pirouette. Use your back. Thank you. On the leg.
The Now, David, you mentioned earlier that there are 2 other classes happening at the same time right now. So exactly how many dancers are there here at the Australian Ballet?
So currently we have 77 dancers in the company, and we also have 4 of our dance education ensemble dancers as well. So we have all of those in Melbourne at the moment because the dance education ensemble are just back. So we have 81 in total. And we have a class downstairs. We have a coaching class every day, which is a slightly, not modified, but it's just a slower class for people if they want to really just work on particular parts of their technique. And then we always have 2 big classes. So I think Stephen Heathcote's teaching class downstairs, and Megan Connolly, who does all of our coaching classes, is teaching as well.
Already just what we've seen this morning is it's just so beautiful. There is more grace and beauty in this room than I can even handle at the moment. I can see absolutely why people would be drawn to this. Like, I think ballet is clearly one of those art forms where it's a love, you know, it's a passion. Can you remember what that initial spark was for you? What connected you to ballet?
Yeah, look, my first memories of you have those memories of yourself as a kid, and mine's dancing around the lounge room, looking at myself in the TV, not at the TV, but looking at myself in the TV, just spinning around. And I think I was destined to be a dancer of some sort. But I saw a video, or in those days it was television, a spot on Channel 7. I remember it was they did a sort of a documentary thing on Rudolf Nureyev and the Australian Ballet doing his Don Quixote. And that was when I went, that's what I want to do.
And you just knew?
Yeah, and I was about 5.
Oh, wow.
It took me a year for my parents to let my parents come to terms with the fact that I wanted to be a ballet dancer. We're talking about the 60s in Australia. And eventually they sent me along and I never stopped.
Wow. And was it easy with this? Was there a lot of schools and classes that you could join in, or was it quite difficult?
Funnily enough, I grew up in Perth, and there wasn't that many teachers in Perth that liked teaching boys. They all wanted to teach girls because there was a set syllabus for the girls and a different syllabus for the boys. So it took a while to find a teacher, but my teacher, Evelyn Hodgkinson, she had taught some boys in the past, and I was trained in the Royal Academy of Dancing system. So I used to go and do all the girls' classes, and then I'd have a separate class for learning the boys' stuff.
Yeah.
So I trained with her for 10 years before I went to the Australian Ballet School.
Oh my gosh, you're Australian Billy Elliot.
Except my dad was a lot more supportive than Billy Elliot's dad.
True.
Yeah.
Paige on Twitter would like to know, how old is your youngest dancer and how old is your eldest dancer?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think our youngest dancer is 19, and we have the new intake from this year, which Joey, up the back in the black T-shirt and the very short shorts, he's one of them. He looks a lot younger than, a lot older than what he is, but I think he's only 19. And a couple of the girls who we took in, Emma Koppelman and Serena Graham, I think they're 19, 20. Our oldest dancer at the moment is probably, I think, Andrew Killian, who's been with the company. Next year will be his 20th year with the company. So I think he's about 38.
Okay.
But we have had dancers dancing into their 40s.
Oh, wow.
In the Australian Ballet. I think the medical treatment and care of the dancers is so amazing that it's really extending the dancers' careers. You can dance in fact, most of our principals now are in their 30s. So.
Yeah. We'll be talking about the injury prevention and the care a bit later on, because you guys are world leaders in that area.
Well, we've had fantastic leadership, I think, from Dr. Sue Mays, who's our chief of the Dancer Welfare Department, and we've had wonderful orthopaedic doctors who've looked after us over the years too. So we've really done a lot of research to make sure that we can be at the cutting edge of the best treatment and prevention of injuries for our dancers. And that's why I think, because we do a lot of shows, I mean, for a ballet company, we're very hardworking. We do 180 main stage shows a year.
Wow. Yeah.
Plus we do the regional tour, which is usually about another 20 or so shows. And then we have a Storytime tour, which goes out for the kids, and they can do up to 50 shows in a tour. So they're very hardworking dancers, but I think because of the medical treatment, it's enabled them to continue to dance really well through a long career.
Well, keep sending your questions through to #World Ballet Day or @the Aus Ballet on Twitter. But we were talking about the ages of dancers. If somebody is watching at home and as inspired as I am seeing all of this, Is there ever a point where it's too old to start, or would you just say no, if you're interested,
Look, I think
you can dance?
I think you can dance for your whole life, and you know whether you dance professionally or not, that's a different thing. But Rudolf Nureyev was in his, I think he was about 16 when he first started dancing.
Really?
Yeah, and he went to the school, the Vaganova school in St. Petersburg, and really was fast-tracked very quickly. And it all depends what sort of natural facility you have. Some people just have that external rotation in the hips and the beautifully arched feet and the right sort of shape in their bodies, and so it's a lot easier. But I think, I mean, probably if I hadn't have started dancing as young as I was, I probably wouldn't have had the career that I had, because it does sort of help you when you've got that sort of length of training.
So, from here, it's both. All right, you do your plie, it's the same thing. Working both together, articulate together to your supporting leg each time. That's better, Uni, all right? So we don't end up with one leg hanging, okay? We actually bring it back to our centre as we go into our fondue. All right, one more time each group, here we go. Open, over the écartés. Broad across your back, both legs active. Better, guys, and active. Chest, chest. Over your écartés, opposition shoulder. Now a different energy, up, up. And breath. Keep growing over both legs and both legs. Over the écarté, push it back, 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 back. All right, okay, getting there. Okay, second group, please. Thank you.
Now, Jared, I really can't emphasise this enough, but the whole world is watching right now. But David's just going to chat with you, and you guys can explain what's going on here.
So this would have to be, for a boy, one of the most difficult parts of the class, because adage is not the sort of thing that we love doing.
Okay.
I think the men, you hate adage.
That's not my strong suit.
And the développé is the way, you know, you unfold the leg and hold it. But the beginning of this exercise, and so beautiful pirouette to finish, very nice, Jared.
Lovely,
but this
Jared.
bit is probably the hardest part of the whole exercise, I think, doing a grand rond de jambe, because you've got to have your supporting leg stable, and then you rotate the working leg around that. And then now this, with the change of direction, it really challenges your balance as well as your internal sort of alignment.
This isn't distracting for you at all, is it, Jared?
Is someone talking in my ear? No, it's fine. God, if this happened on stage. Oh my God.
No.
Do ballet dancers go and do yoga classes though and feel like it's child's play? Because with all that balance there...
Look, I think it's really different. I remember trying yoga once and I was absolutely terrible.
Really?
Because everything's in parallel and we will always work in turnout, so I was so unflexible.
How interesting.
But a lot of dancers, I mean, they do a lot of different body conditioning. Jared, what do you do in outside of work? Do you gym, Pilates?
Well, as of late, from the Spartacus season, we've done a lot of gym, kill time. That's been a lot of fun. Normally, I'm just a dad now. I'm at home with my daughter, just spending as much time. Sorry, I can't talk. I'm breathing and puffing. Spending as much time as I can with her, because this job, you can be at late nights, awkward hours. So whenever I can, I'm with Willow. Oh man.
I feel like we really caught him at just about the worst moment for him, poor thing.
Well, I think sometimes during a dance you sort of tend to hold your breath, even though you're not meant to.
Right.
So yeah, you can be a bit breathless. And what's coming up is the jumping. We're doing pirouettes now, but the jumping is when you really get out of breath. So we probably better not talk to Jared when he's jumping.
arabesque, back rond, tombe, straight to the tombe. On des don, fifth.
So, David, we just came from the adage, which you said was one of the trickier things for the male dancers. Would the jumping be one of their favourite bits, just literally just leaping into the air?
I think most of the boys love jumping. A lot of guys really enjoy turning too, and which is what we're doing now. And it's fantastic when you get onto a really good balance and you can just keep turning and turning and turning. It's a wonderful feeling. Often when you have ballet dreams, the two things that I dream about, I mean, crazily still, is doing those pirouettes where you just keep turning and turning.
Keep going.
Yeah. And then also jumping and just not landing. It's just the most fantastic feeling.
See, most people call it for flying, but for the ballet dancers, like, no, it's the perfect
We're just
jump.
like jumping like crazy. I will say that one of the things that our company is really well known for is the athletic qualities that they bring. And I'm really proud of the fact that a lot of our girls are fantastic jumpers too and really enjoy it. In fact, pretty much every girl in our company has really good jump. And
Yep.
I think it just comes from the joy of being in the air, and also because they work on their strength to be able to jump. I think if a lot of women feel like it's, they want to be all sort of sylph-like and not jump too much, whereas our ladies are really, really powerful dancers and they jump really well.
We'll be talking a little bit later about, the fact that the ballet dancers do have very athletic frames, so much so that AFL footballers here in Australia have started adopting the exercises that your dancers use to improve their performance on the field. But another thing I have noticed, and you're absolutely right, is just how strong your female dancers are. They're incredibly powerful athletes.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful to see the women looking like women and the men looking like men. And there was a time when, in ballet, everyone went through that very thin phase. I think in the 80s and early 90s it was, everyone had bones, whereas I think it's so nice now to have really strong, healthy looking women, and equally for the men too, that they have muscles and they use their muscles to make beautiful shapes.
It was one of those misconceptions that, we spoke about roughly earlier, the things you see in films that aren't accurate. And another one was the way that the dancers look. It's just not reflected here. They're, as you said, they're strong, and it's not that thin look of dancers that you see in a lot of film and television.
I think also, the amount of energy you use dancing, it's quite extreme, and dancers need to fuel their bodies as well. And I never realised how much I ate until I stopped dancing and stopped using that energy and kept eating like a dancer. It's amazing how quickly your body changes.
Well, speaking of all that energy, LSC has asked us on Twitter, how many hours a week do the dancers typically train and how many hours do they perform?
So, the dancer's contract is actually for 40 hours of the week, and so the rehearsals, classes and performances all fit into that 40 hours. But to be a professional dancer, there's a lot of work that you do outside of that
course,
time.
yeah.
So a lot of the dancers would be in an hour before class doing some, warm-up exercises and working on their sort of technical strength things, either in the gym or in the Pilates room. And then after a performance or preparing for a performance, you've got, warm-up for that. And afterwards, we have our brand new facility with the ice bath. So a lot of times you'll be, doing some warm down exercises as well. So it's a fairly committed amount of time. But it's weird because when I used to think, I'm pretty sure the dancers today feel the same way. When you're doing it, it doesn't feel like work. It's, it's your passion. So the work, you get tired and, you can feel fatigued, but there's something very enjoyable about having that control over your body as well.
Absolutely, and I think it's very rare to be able to train at your art form and get supported by a company to do that. That's incredibly fortunate.
Well, I guess, it's the same thing, isn't it? They say if you find something you love to do for a living, you never work a day in your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now stretch your legs and that's better. Arabesque and back. And first side, up. And abdominals, first side, use your backs. Show me the line. And music. Up, up. Push your backs to the arabesque. Okay, that was better. Still a little bit like this, okay? You've got to get the first side to go around. First side. Now you're back. I want to see this here lifted. And arabesque. Nice, George. Nice. And one. And stretch the legs. Good. Back. Use your back. Up, up. Abdominals. Use it. Nice shiny holds. All right. Okay. Nice, Katie. Back. Listen to the music and up, up. That was better, Drew. Keep those legs pulled up. Line, line, and. Good, guys. I know you can do it. You just have to really concentrate on making sure that your movement, okay? We say it all the time, you move as a unit, not little bits going back. Brett, that was really good, except you're just pulling back, okay? Only the friction on the floor. Coming forward, everybody. Warm-up jump. A little bit more over, Brett. And a plie, and a stretch, and a rise, resist. And a plie, and a stretch, and a rise, resist. A plie, and a stretch, and a rise, resist. Saute, saute to the second. All right, work those legs. Keep that gorgeous posture. Here we go. The coming down is the important. Work your legs. Coming down is really important, guys. As you come down, you're still working the backs of those legs like you did in the bar. Okay, and a first, and two, and three, and four to the second. Rise, ladies, not releve, rise. Use those legs to rise. Here we go. Push. Changement, 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 changement. Échappé second, beat out, changement. All right? Petit jeté starting from the front foot. Petit jeté, jeté, balleté, balleté, balleté to the écarté with a hold, coupé, tombé, assemblé. Changement, 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 changement. Échappé out, changement. Petit jeté, jeté, balleté, 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 coupé, assemblé. 4 changements, 2, 3, and 4, and out, changement. Petit jeté, balleté, 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 coupé, assemblé. In? Yeah. Perfect, all right. Okay, since it's in and you've said it, this side first, okay, and then it's all Corey's fault. Okay, here we go. And beat out. Turn those knees out. Balleté, balleté, and hold, and catch. And out, beat, beat. 1. Coupé, wow, all right, and 1. Change, beat, beat. Balleté, balleté. Where's your chest in the balletés, guys? Come on, effacé.
Okay, so this is a warm-up jump, and what Fiona does is that to keep them all active at one time, she'll do it in 2 groups. So this is a little petit jeté, which is a small jeté. We do lots of jetés in ballet. There's petit jetés, there's jeté battu, there's grand jetés, there's grand jeté en tournant. This jeté sort of covers a multitude of steps. But these are all the beginning jumps, so they start off just really warming up the ankles,
Yep.
getting the ankles ready for the bigger jumps, and you'll see over the next couple of exercises all of a sudden the degree of difficulty and the height will grow.
And we're starting to see now the female dancers going up on their toes.
Yes, so the girls put their point shoes on often after the bar. Some
Yep.
of them do the centre in flats, but a lot of them do the centre practice in point shoes because most of the girls' repertoire is on point.
Yes.
So by the time they're away from the bar, their feet are warm and they can put their shoes on, and then they do all of the pirouettes and all of the jumps with point shoes on.
Luckily enough, later on today we are going to get a chance to go down to the shoe room, which is absolutely incredible here. I was so amazed when I saw it for the first time. But how difficult is that for the female ballet dancer, getting to that point where they're finally able to go fully on point?
Well, I guess the girls in our company are really lucky because we have a great relationship with Block, who is the Australian point shoe maker. So all of their point shoes are customised for them individually. But it's the technology of the shoe is also incredibly different to what it was, 50 years ago. So they're much lighter, they're much more moulded to the feet, and the girls have all their own little ways that they customise their own shoes once they've been customised by Block to then make them fit for their feet. And they have different softness or hardness of shoes.
Yes.
So in a jumping class or a jumping ballet, they'd probably wear quite soft shoes. But then when they're doing a ballet that's got a lot of standing and bourrée on point and doing all of the sort of balancing stuff, like in Aurora in Sleeping Beauty, they'll probably wear a harder shoe for that. So there's all of the things you learn as a female dancer, how to prepare and then have the right shoes for the right ballet.
And you wouldn't see female dancers, I know this probably seems so obvious, but going up on their toes without their shoes. There's just so much padding on the inside there, is that they wouldn't try that without the proper equipment?
Funnily enough, they've got very strong feet, and so some of the shoes are just very soft, but they'll just have that little bit of hardness at the toe just to sort of support the foot. But pretty much, you need the shoes to be able to dance on point. But I did this crazy role in Stanton Welsh's Cinderella where the boys were dancing on point, just the two of us, and my feet and legs were never stronger than when we were doing point work. So now sometimes if the boys have ankle problems or they really need to strengthen their feet, we'll actually put them into point shoes just to get that incredible strength. And I remember joking at the time, no wonder the girls are so much better than us because they wear point shoes. But it is an amazing technique and an incredible strength that you need to do that, dancing on your toes. And it's the whole leg that supports the foot as well as the shoe. There's an amazing strength through the arch and the ankle, and that's why you can't go on to point until you've got to a certain level of dance training, and also that your body's strong enough to do it.
And is that level, are we talking weeks, years, months?
Well, usually these days, girls don't go on to point until they're about 11 or 12.
Right.
When the body is sort of getting to that point where you're sort of going through that maturation process. I mean, in the old days, they'd have little kids, 5 and 6 on point, but often grew up to have, nasty bunions and terrible sort of foot problems. So now, it's once again, the technology is so much better now that we know that you have to have fully formed, mature bones to be able to do it.
Other than the girls going on point, which as we've just heard, most of the time the men aren't doing, what are the other big key differences in their training? I'm assuming that the men need a lot more upper body work.
Yeah, so for the men, I mean, the big jumps are probably a little bit more death-defying than what the ladies do, and the partnering. So you need to have, built your core strength and upper body strength to be able to do the partnering. Having said that, though, the women have to be very strong to do the partnering as well, because if you're lifting a lady over your head and she's not holding herself, then it can be a disaster.
Okay.
So she's doing a lot of work to make those poses as well. So it's equally challenging for the men and the women.
There we go. basic, all right? Don't always have to do things at a certain height, all right? When you come into from the cabriolet and through, get going for the brise, all right? From here, full contretemps, en avant, 1 and 2, glissade, sister volet, and six saut, pas de bourrée, six saut, assemblée, and around, and through, glissade, sister volet. Now making sure we're here, take our torsos to here, pas de bourrée, en avant, to an assemblée en avant. All right, so make sure that timing's there. All right, so we need to use the fondue. Actually, gentlemen, instead of you doing the coupe assemblée, can you land in the attitude, please, and just do the assemblée from there. Okay, ladies do the coupe assemblée en avant, men land in your attitude, please. Okay, all right, so making sure from this position here, we use our chest to go en avant, our chest and our toe goes into the en avant. From here, en avant, all right, not backwards. Men from there, push off that leg, okay? Work that thigh. All right, here we go. En avant. Push. And up. Push. Nice. All right, thank you. Nice, guys. Push. And there. Toes. Change. And 1. All right, okay. Push. Now speed it with the shoulders, Joey, and up. Change. All right, good. Just make sure that it's still going back. Still need to get that aligned. Okay. To the corner. Yes, a little bit. Push. Okay, good girl. Dana. Beautiful, but you're still going backwards, okay? When you go forward with that chest. Forward, yes. There we go. That's it. Forward. Katie, not backwards. And. Nice, Jill. En avant, guys, en avant. And. All right, okay. Push. Land in your head. Chest. That's it, Dana. All right, okay. All right. Coming forward, grand allegro, please. Okay, ladies, we start from here. Pacarou into a fouette, grand fouette. So I want you to come through that devant, and we land in the attitude. We go the other way, and we go through the 5th position to arabesque. Pacarou into an entrelaissé, gallop en arrière, into here, gallop, step, grand jeté. We're going to go balancé en avant, half tour, 3 jeté lancés going that way. Okay, so 6, 7, 8, and fouette. Da, up. Entrelaissé, gallop, effacé. And grand jeté, and through. Now when we get here, because you've got to get into that jeté, I want you to move like lightning over here. Jeté lancés, okay, 3. Gentlemen, from this corner.
So you'll see now when we're doing this grand allegro that the women have different steps to what the men do.
Okay.
So the ladies are doing the fouette on l'air. Gosh, got my French terms all mixed up. Whereas the guys will be doing double assemblées and double tours and double saut de basque.
When Fiona as well gives them these routines, these combinations, are these sorts of combinations that they're very familiar with, or are they just so used to hearing these words and having them all put together that they can pick it up that quickly?
They can. So this is all unseen work. They haven't done any of these exercises before. So you try and make up something different. I mean, there's a certain sort of format that you stick to, but you try and make up different things for each class. So yeah, this is the first time the dancers will have seen them.
goes back to what you were saying about focus, because you really don't have that moment where you can zone out and you're just going to have to make it up on the spot.
Yes.
Now, Noah on Twitter wanted to say congratulations to the new principal artists, Amy Harris and Brett Chenoweth. What is the process for choosing new principal artists?
Oh well, that's a really hard question because
it is,
there's no set process. Like, you don't do 5 principal roles and then all them automatically become a principal. It's a lot of, it's technical ability, it's also artistic performance, and some people come to that rank at different points in their lives. So Amy's been in the company for a long time and done a lot of really fantastic roles, but it felt like this was the right time for her to be a principal. Some dancers get there very quickly and some don't ever get there. So it's a really hard, I think the hardest, as you go up in the company, it becomes harder and harder to achieve the next rank. Okay. So it's a bit of a pyramid. Only a few people ever get there, and the ones who do, they've usually got something that really separates them from the rest of the dancers. So some unique quality that makes them sort of draw your eye on stage. And that's what all the principals have in certain different ways. And some people are very dramatic, some people are just great technicians, some are just all-rounders that can do everything. And some people are very good in certain repertoire, like, there's certain roles that they're absolutely fantastic in, whereas other dancers can be quite versatile and do every role. So, yeah, the principal rank is a bit of an enigma. They're sort of like unicorns, they don't happen very often, but when they do, it's hard to actually work out what it is about them that makes them so special.
Well, as you're working your way up to that unicorn status,
Yes.
What other stages are there? Because I know that just below the principal artist, it's the senior artist.
Exactly. So in our company, we have, I think it's 5 ranks. So you start in the corps de ballet, and then the sort of featured people in the corps de ballet we call coryphée, which is a French term. And then from coryphée you become a soloist. And then from soloist, the sort of stepping stone between soloist and principal is the senior artist rank. And then there's principal. So yeah, there's five sort of distinct steps in the company. And in a funny sort of way, everyone wants to be a principal, but actually sometimes, the work that you do in those earlier ranks are the things that actually teach you your art form. So, when you're in the corps de ballet, you're on stage more, you're watching all of the principal artists, you're really learning from them how to be the sort of dancer that you aim to be. So they're really exciting, each of those ranks. There's always things that you can achieve in each rank.
Because I think I heard the other day that once you get to that principal artist status, you are limited with how much time you are on stage, and generally you're in the slightly more physically exerting roles.
Yeah, so as a principal, you can dance all the principal roles, but you can sometimes do sort of character things as well. But yeah, principals can only do in our company 4 shows a week maximum. So you do have more time not on stage, but when you are on stage, you're doing much harder repertoire. Whereas the corps de ballet and soloists and senior artists can do every night. And often, you can have a corps de ballet person dancing with the principal if that's what the choreographer wants. So the ranks are really there as a guide to how you're going in your career. But ultimately, it's the work you do on stage that really defines how successful you are.
Wonderful. I was really lucky to see Giselle recently, which was just so beautiful. Quite unexpectedly, saw 2 things on stage I wasn't expecting, which was 2 dogs.
Yes.
Are they on track to being made principal artists as well, or are they still got some work to do?
They were our principal guest artist dogs. It's every so often there's a ballet that has, some animal componentry. There's a very famous ballet, La Fille Margade, that has a Shetland pony.
No, it doesn't.
It does. And we have dancers dressed up as chickens and roosters. The Royal Ballet do a very famous ballet, Tales of Beatrix Potter, where they're all animals.
Oh, that's great.
But yeah, the live animal component happens very rarely, but it can happen.
I thought it was very brave. I was not expecting that, and I went, well, this could go so many ways.
Well, luckily the dogs tend to behave themselves quite well, but we always have to have the clean-up boy for the pony just in case they get a bit overexcited, and lose their control.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, I was very happy, and they were incredibly behaved on stage. Giselle, from what I'm gathering, is a lot of people's absolutely favourite ballet.
Yeah, they call it the Hamlet of ballet, and I think because for both the male and the female, they've got amazing dancing, but they also have incredibly detailed characterizations too. I mean, for Giselle, the man scene is one of the great acting moments in ballet, and for the man, Albrecht, he goes from being a sort of a mindless philanderer to being, a repentant, lover, I guess, of Giselle. So it's it's a great arc of technical and artistic ability.
And you talk about that acting role, because there was so much heart in Giselle. Are these dancers ever going into classes where they're specifically working on the acting side of things?
I think that happens when you're training in the ballet schools, when you do mime classes and you do sort of learning the repertoire. But for us, all of that happens in the rehearsals. So you'll find as the day unfolds, there'll be rehearsals where people will be doing some acting as well as dancing. And that's the end of class.
That's the end of class.
Yes, we've made it.
So what will these dancers do now? Most of them are just going to go straight into a rehearsal?
So everyone gets a 15-minute break, so you get to go and change your sweaty clothes and have a drink, and sometimes, grab a piece of fruit or something, get ready for the rehearsals, So it's just a bit of a logistics change.
But we are going to be staying in this room for a little bit longer because I believe a class is about to start a rehearsal.
We are going to have a rehearsal pretty much straight away, but before that I think you've got to chat with some people.
I do.
And Jared's going to rejoin you. Hey.
Hello.
Hello, Jared.
Hiya.
Now I'm just going to be... There we go. I'm being shuffled into my spot here. And we have a very, very special guest, Jared, who I think it's very appropriate that you are speaking to. Hello, Amy Harris, the second newest principal artist here, because we've got Brett over there. Oh, you know what? I reckon we can all fit in. Let's do it. We can all squish in. I'm going to pop over this side, Brett. Congratulations, both of you, on being made principal artists. Did either of you know that this was right around the corner? I know that you were surprised on stage.
No, not at all. It was a big shock for, I think, both of us. You work towards that and have that really big dream. And for us, it was quite an amazing season and world premiere. So there was enough kind of, I guess, excitement generating. And then that was pretty much a cherry on top for both of us.
And Amy, just on your moment again, because it's been spoken about quite a lot, this was the opening night of Spartacus here in Melbourne. I should point out for anybody who doesn't know at home, you two guys are married and your beautiful daughter Willow came on stage and handed you flowers. It was adorable.
Yeah, it was very special to have her there, and obviously we all had our families there as well, sharing in the moment, and she was in her pyjamas, so I think it's something that we'll probably end up showing her when she's 18 and she'll regret that decision.
I struggled for 5 hours to get her in a dress.
She wasn't going to have it?
But it was late at night, so I'm just happy she was not in hysterics.
And Brett, is being a principal artist something that you had dreamed about your whole life?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot the last few days since it happened, and our theatre just across the road is my home theatre. I started going to the ballet when I was 5, so for 23 years I've been going to that theatre, aspiring that one day it would happen, and it did on my home stage. So it's just, literally one of those childhood dreams come true.
That's amazing. We've heard from David about some of the, you get these wonderful roles and it is a very different position. Are there any other secret perks? Is there like a principal artist cape? Do you get a crown? I would want a crown,
Still waiting for that, yeah.
But it's on its way. Well, Brett, I know that you do have to run off and join another rehearsal, but Amy, if I could hold on to you for just a little bit longer. So as I said, you guys, totally in love, I know.
Married life.
What's it like? So you've got this beautiful baby girl, Willow, but you're both, no doubt, so busy, not only here, but the company's split between Melbourne and Sydney, and there's regional touring. How do you bring up a family in this environment?
A lot of help.
It's a definite struggle. Each city, I think, brings its own challenges, but we have a great family that help us out whenever they can.
Yeah.
I think we're in Sydney the most outside of Melbourne, so that's kind of like really is our second home. So whenever we go there for at least a good 6, 7, 8 week chunk. Yeah. So we kind of pack, like Amy and Willow would generally try and fly, and I'll drive and just pack the car full of our house and then just make it a second home.
Yeah, I'm an auntie. I'm not a parent, I'm an auntie, but whenever I have them for like half an hour, it's 50 bags worth of stuff. I don't know how you're doing it.
And I think as a 4-year-old now, she's got costumes, many dresses. You have to have a lot of options as a 4-year-old. So. but she's used to it. She's been on the road with us since she was 4 months old, and she's got a great relationship with a nanny that we have got up in Sydney, and and now she's turning 4 in November, so she's kind of, I guess, well travelled and kind of, with 80 aunts and uncles. She's pretty lucky to be on the road and experience what we do.
She got a passport when she was 6 months old.
Did she really?
Yeah, she doesn't look like anything in a photo anymore, obviously. But she's been international, like China, like London.
She's travelled more than me. This is
done a lot.
upsetting.
Yeah.
Well, can I also ask though, and this is, just between us, I won't tell a soul, is this very normal for ballet dancers to meet within a company and get married? Like, is this just a big hotbed of love over here?
I wouldn't say a hotbed, but we do have a lot of relationships happen here, and a lot of ballet babies have been born too.
Really?
Yeah, I think since our maternity plan came into place, we've had about 18, maybe more now. Yeah. And it's amazing that we can do that. I definitely didn't want to give up on my career, but we wanted to have a family, and I guess I still consider myself young, and so does Jared. But we wanted to bring a little girl into the world, or a boy if it was that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and still continue to do what we do. So it's been amazing to be able to do that.
It's an age-old thing, like, cops marry cops, doctors marry doctors. So, so we hang around each other so much. This job is like a passion for us, so we form a lot of friendships and a lot of bonds in this company. We're day and night we're together working, rehearsals or shows.
Yep.
So we just got put together in a Swan Lake season back in my first year, I think it was, and we just became friends back then, and then it just kind of... friends. I was well keen.
So you weren't subtle about it?
No, not at all. I'm not that kind of guy.
I'm glad he wasn't subtle.
Well, that's just so lovely. And once again, congratulations on becoming a principal artist. It was one of the big bits of news here at the Australian Ballet. One of the other massive things was the announcement of next year's program. I'm going to get to talk to David about that again very soon, but for now, let's have a look at some of the highlights for next year's Year of Enchantment.
In 2019, we present an enchanting year of entertainment filled with exquisite designs and breathtaking dance. To begin our season, Graham Murphy returns with The Happy Prince, a brand new ballet based on Oscar Wilde's moving tale. The Happy Prince will capture your imagination with its vivid spectacle and its timely message. A kind heart shines brighter than gold. In a Sydney exclusive season, Verve will take you on a powerful journey through Australian dance with 3 extraordinary ballets by our homegrown choreographers, Alice Topp, Stephen Baines and Tim Harbour. Following a record-breaking premiere in 2017, our spectacular production, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, returns to dazzle audiences with its theatrical charm and colourful characters. Watch as Lewis Carroll's beloved book magically comes to life in this hot ticket show. Experience Lark when the renowned Le Ballet de Monte Carlo brings its full company to Australia for the first time. Lark is a dark and modern take on Swan Lake, blending classical ballet and modern dance and defying all expectations. Sylvia, another Australian premiere, is already being hailed as the Wonder Woman of ballet. It promises 3 strong sword-fighting superheroines, all the passion and humour of Greek myth, skilled dancing, and one of ballet's most stirring scores. Meet Sylvia. She's a legend. We wrap our season with Peter Wright's The Nutcracker, the ultimate Christmas ballet, which will delight audiences both young and old. This is a picture-perfect ballet. Whirling snowflakes, crackling fires, toy soldiers, and a sugar plum fairy in the land of the sweets. Join us in 2019 as we present a year of enchantment. Let's dance.
Well, I'm very happy to welcome back David McAllister, Artistic Director here at the Australian Ballet, and you are the man responsible for choosing the following year's program.
I am. That's one of the things I do.
Yeah? Is it incredibly difficult? I mean, clearly from the way we were chatting before, there are just so many wonderful ballets. How do you go, I want that one?
Look, the years sort of evolve fairly organically, and we've got about a 3-year lead up into any year. So this year of the enchantment has been sort of on the agenda for about a couple of years already. Okay. So it's there's a bit of a focus. We always do a 19th century classic. We try and do a brand new work every year. Mm-hmm. We do a contemporary mixed program. So yeah, it sort of has a format, but every year it's exciting and fun.
Do you have your favourite for next year?
Oh, look, it's like asking who's your favourite child.
But if you had to, like if we absolutely
If
had
we
to
had
narrow it down.
Well, I guess the two exciting works for us is the new Sylvia and the new Happy Prince, because they're the brand new works. But look, Sir Peter Wright's Nutcracker is one of the great productions of the world, and the Verve program we did in Melbourne this year, which we're taking to Sydney, is a great program. So yeah, I love them all. Really.
Alice in Wonderland is coming back. I mean, that is exciting.
It's such an amazing work. I mean, it's I think the classic of the 21st century. Christopher Wheeldon's given ballet world the most fantastic fantasy ballet for the new millennium. It's brilliant.
But that feels like it's just generally what the theme is. It's all about the fantasy. And
I think ballet does fantasy really well.
Yes.
And there's something about, I mean, interestingly, we've just done Spartacus and that was very dramatic. And anything with a really good, strong story, I think that you can sink your teeth in and sort of get lost in is good for ballet.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for that. And today, many of the rehearsals we will be seeing are for next year's program, which is going to be great.
Hi, it's a World Ballet Day, and I want to see you dance from wherever you are around the world. Hashtag World Ballet Day.
Welcome back to World Ballet Day. Now remember, if you do have any of the questions for Jared or any of the other dancers, please do send them through to us at hashtag World Ballet Day. Ballet Day. I've been saying that word so many times today, I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm even saying it right anymore. I'm hoping to get up to 1,000 by the end of the day. Now I am joined at the moment by Stuart Macklin. Now you are not only I want to make sure I get this absolutely correct, you're the principal pianist, but you're also the music librarian.
That's right, yeah.
Now you have been here for quite some time.
It'll be 34 years in February.
34 years, that's amazing. Now we were listening to you play before. I've got to ask, have you ever got to a moment where you've just completely blanked on a song and just started making things up?
Well, today I made most of what I played up because...
Did you really?
Well, normally I'd include some popular music, maybe TV tunes, that sort of thing. But of course, with copyright issues, I sort of chose to stick... I had a few tunes that other people composed, but they're out of copyright. But otherwise, just sort of go with whatever's happening. So.
What is the difference for you? How is it different to be just playing as a solo pianist as opposed to when you've got a full class of people?
Well, when you're a solo pianist, it's just you and you can do whatever you like. But when we do ballets that are solo piano and dancers, you have a certain amount of leeway as to how you can express yourself, but you really have to have an eye on the dancers all the time. And we would have, if you're in the pit, you have a television screen. Yeah. So you're playing with a little gecko eye on the screen to make sure that you're all in sync.
Wonderful. Now, your role as the music librarian, tell me, what exactly does that involve?
Well, the Australian Ballet performs almost every performance with live music. Yep. And if you have live music, you need live musicians and music for them. So the job for the librarian is just to make sure the conductor has the score that they use in front of the orchestra, that every player has the music for the ballet. And also, you'll see in a moment with this rehearsal, Seeking Beauty, I'm playing what the orchestra would normally play. So I have to also make sure that the pianists have the piano version of the orchestral part for rehearsals. So
amazing. Well, just a little bit of ballet trivia for you, Stuart. How many pianos do you actually have here at the company?
We have 12.
12?
Yes, we're very lucky that we have a wonderful sponsorship through Kauai. Yep. And we have 12 new pianos every 18 months. They change them over, they tune them for us, and also for performances, they give us special pianos in the pit to use, so it's just wonderful.
Not bad, 12 pianos, it's pretty good. But here's another bit of ballet trivia. Here they have over 30,000 costumes at the Australian Ballet, and here we can see the journey of a costume. Welcome back to World Ballet Day here with the Australian Ballet. Now, over the course of the day today, we're going to see rehearsals for Giselle's Sleeping Beauty, Spartacus and many, many other shows. But for now, I believe we're getting ready for the rehearsal for Sleeping Beauty. Now, do remember later on today, we will be seeing live from Moscow the Bolshoi Ballet, also the Royal Ballet in London, so stay with us.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's just turned afternoon, hasn't it? So we're going to start with the nymphs scene from Beauty. Jill, you're good, aren't you? New spot, but you're going to be fine. Yeah. Ty, we will start from your happy solo. We're going to use this as the front, my darlings, and we'll stay a little bit upstage just for the. That was a very quick change that you went through there.
Oh, quick change, you know, that's how we roll.
Now, this is the rehearsal for Sleeping Beauty. Can you take me through exactly what we're looking at here and which dances we have on stage?
So right now we're starting off in the second act. So this is when Aurora is asleep in her enclosure, I guess, and Princess has come walking along in the forest on her own, a bit upset, a bit sad, and then the Lilac Fairy, who my beautiful wife is playing, is telling him about there's this beautiful girl, you should probably go meet her, maybe kiss her, wake her up a bit.
Right.
See what happens.
So lots going on.
Lots going on, yeah. And then these are all the woodland nymphs that are coming along and having a bit of a party and celebrating the potential of the curse being broken.
Now, our wonderful Prince character there, Prince Désiré, is that right?
Désiré, yes.
Thank you very much.
As
now,
French
I'm
can say it.
assuming that on stage he still wears a Survivor bandana. I'm hoping he does.
Yeah, Ty's a bit of a fan.
So this is Ty in the role of the Prince right now, and that's, of course, Amy, who we just spoke with, Amy Harris.
Yep, and Robin Hendricks, our other principal artist from South Africa, who's stunning in beautiful legged line. So right now we're seeing, this is the vision of of Aurora. She's not actually here, so that's why he never actually can physically touch her. And Lilac also was saying, don't touch until you're certain.
I was discussing with David earlier that the dancers sometimes have to have several of these big ballets memorised all at the same time, because Robin and Amy, they were also in Spartacus, which is just wrapped up here in Melbourne, will be opening soon in Sydney. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I heard David say during class, we need to know at least 4, I think, ballets at a time.
Wow.
Yeah, so Spartacus just finished, so that's fresh in our head. That won't be too hard to bring back in a couple of weeks. This is happening in a week in China, and then we're also learning Cinderella. That opens after Spartacus in Sydney. There's a ton to do right now, with about 2 weeks probably to get it all up to scratch.
Wow.
Every piece.
As we can see all the girls here wearing their lovely tutus. I'm just not sure if there's a scratch on how beautiful my tutu was earlier, but nevertheless, is this normal now for the dancers to be in tutus for all rehearsals, or is it only some rehearsals?
It applies to the ballet. Like, obviously right now, yes, they do need to wear them because you can see they take up a lot more space. So if, say we were doing this without the tutus on, they could be in a much tighter circle.
Of course.
And then they get onto stage and all of a sudden put a tutu on and all of a sudden realise they can't do the steps properly.
Yep.
So it's practice tutus are very, very important in the ballets that they apply to. That just also makes you just feel like a ballerina, you know.
Absolutely.
And also it's actually really good for the guys to practice the partnering, like the grand pas with their partner wearing the tutu as well, because like some costumes, like the bodice might be higher or lower, so you need to have it set to where the guy can actually physically partner their waist.
And because the skirts are quite rigid, you'd have to be able to manoeuvre around that and really figure out how to make it work as a dancer.
Yeah, you have to. So without the tutu on, you probably partner them a little bit lower because you'll want to get the hip bones sometimes to kind of physically move the bone so then the body can go. But when you have to partner slightly higher, like in the waist, that the natural body can move in that area. So you have to kind of get used to partnering in that spot. So then you get the best outcome from that kind of placement at the beginning, so then you know what you're in for when you get onto stage. I was about to say, guys never have to wear tutus, but I'd be telling a lie. When we do Cinderella at the end of the year, our version, it has the magical scene when she turns into the beautiful gown and goes to the party. The magic happens celestially, so that each character at that point are planets. And so I was Neptune, and when I got my costume, the first thing I saw was this big tutu. Not nice and flat and clean line, but this big round one. It was a fun
I
design.
think I saw them in the costume area, big round things.
Big old round one. A lot of fun to wear, you know. Don't normally get to wear those things. So it was interesting to kind of juggle that different physicality, I guess.
And did it change the way you danced very dramatically?
I felt very pretty.
As if you'd get into ballet and not be like, eventually, I'm going to have a ball in that. Literally a ball, actually.
Literally, yeah. No, there are some fun moments in ballet. some hard moments, but then sometimes it's a lot of laughs you have.
What has your favourite character been?
Lots of different reasons. I think some of the ones that I've got to play, like Spartacus just recently, that was a big one for me. The turmoil that he goes through, and the battle and all that is really powerful to kind of express and play on stage. And that was the ballet that I saw when I was youngest, and that's what made me want to be a ballet dancer. So that was really quite amazing to do that spot. But then there are other beautiful ballets like the Merry Widow, what we did. You know, you just older man, you bump into your old love, and you have to have these pretend memories play in your head as to as we were younger and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of character roles. There's a lot goes into the characters before you even get onto stage, which is a lot of fun to tap into.
You're in Sleeping Beauty as well?
Yes, I will be one of the 4 princes that she gets to dance with in the first act for the iconic Rose Adage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've got to try and put my best foot forward and make her pick me.
She doesn't pick you, does she, mate?
No. I'm the English prince, got this nice big bright royal blue military jacket on, and then there's a Hungarian and a Swedish with these beautiful blonde locks, and a Spanish Espanol.
Great.
Sexy Spaniard.
Okay, Robbie.
Speaking of the costumes, so you get a beautiful blue outfit for Sleeping Beauty. You have danced as a planet before, which was a sentence I wasn't expecting to say today.
Not many people get to do that in their job.
I was talking with David earlier about all the fantastic costumes. Have you had to dance as an animal yet? Have you been a chicken, for example?
Ooh,
Yeah, he was saying there was a ballet. Everybody dressed up like chickens. I mean, I want to see it now.
La Fumagade, yeah, it's quite a funny piece. Like these massive headpieces on these massive chicken wings and a big belly. You look like a giant rooster. That's a challenge in itself, because you can't be very balletic in it because you're just completely swamped in this outfit. But then at the same time, you could get lost in the outfit and not dance a lot. So you have to it has to be these massive movements, pretend you're the biggest chicken in the world, so the audience from afar can still read it and go, yep, chicken.
Yep.
I have been an animal. When we did Petrushka, back in my second year, I think it was, I had to be a crow. There was this, bit of the town celebration, and then all these animals come out at one point. So I had this massive big crow head on my, big crow, there you go.
Wonderful. I figured there'd be something there if we dig deep enough.
Yeah, in the back of the head there somewhere.
You're also a wolf.
The wolf in this ballet. I was the first wolf in this ballet.
That was
How could I
a
forget?
really good effort, bearing in mind we haven't touched it for months and we just saw it to place yesterday. There's lots of small heads, arms, just to re-clarify from when we've done in Adelaide. I think the spacing worked okay, and that's sort of the space we'll be using in Beijing.
Yeah, I think it'll be big. Actually, ladies, you know, when we do the circle on the ground, you'll probably have a little bit more room, and the bigger you can make that circle, the better for the principals. So they get more room for their envelopes. But other than that, I think we're sort of going to be set by the set anyway. As you know, it comes in a bit at the back. But it's very big, the Beijing and Shanghai. Actually, both stages are really big, so we'll have lots of room.
Good. Really well done. I don't know that we have much time for rallies.
Not really.
Because our time is basically up.
We've got another 2 minutes. So
We've got 2 minutes. Okay, so let us see the last group of ballets and little emboîtés in attitude.
Yeah.
My two ladies who are going around, our arms are going up slightly differently in time. So I don't need the back two lines. You're great. Much better, Serena, with your rotation. And you did too much, Karen. You went back a little bit too much. So, on the last time we do the ballets, let's just do the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Up and down, pas de chat. Down and up. 1, 2, 3. Now, off we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should take a little bit more time to get up. 6. So you've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up, 7, 8. Okay? And then you open out, ready to catch. Can I just have a look then at this group? You're front and back of each other for the Balinese jeté coupé in, because we want you to return back here for posé, coupé, glissade, jeté, battu. I want you back one behind the other for that moment in time. So let's have a look. A 5, 6, 7, 8. You come in, 2, 3, 4, jet, and out, 2, 3, 4, jet. Now we have up, dee-da, there, up, good. And again, up, da-da, there, up, good, da-dum-pa-pum. That's it. That's really good. It makes a big difference because the same thing's happening at the back. They're going out as one unit and coming back at exactly the same time as you're separating as 2 units and coming back at the same time. Good, that's great. There are a couple of little heads and angles and step-ups and things that we'll clarify for our next rehearsal. But lovely work. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you.
I think. Wonderful. So we just watched Liz, and I think, Liz, if you're able to, we'd love to have a chat with you and David as well.
Come on over.
So that was a rehearsal for Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beautiful it was, though. That's what it looked like. So I know that this production, I mean, you first staged this production in 2015. Mm-hmm. So clearly these dancers know the roles very well. What are you looking for in this type of a rehearsal?
This rehearsal specifically was about really finessing small details, because as they have performed the ballet many times on different size stages throughout the world, we are now actually making those final details perfect. Little half counts. Where is your head? How are your arms going from one position to the other? I look at the footwork very clearly to make sure all the feet, all of the feet are completely together. And it's a process that we keep on working on when we're wanting a corps de ballet to be exactly the same.
One of the hardest things is dancing in the corps is that you can't just dance by yourself. You have to dance in unison and in line, and that's another thing you have to think about when you get onto the stage, isn't it?
Exactly.
And the women are so good at that.
So we don't even break down into counts. We don't say you do your arm up on 5 and out on 6. We say you're up here on 5 on and you're halfway there, and then on 6 you're down. So the whole group will work in such a precision. So you have to know each step and each part of the movement so well to be able to do that. And then the corps become breathtaking, as you will see with the Bolshoi and in London and further on in the day, how much work it takes to keep the corps de ballet beautifully together.
It's incredible. Now, we saw you both really there at the front of the class. How does your relationship work together in this sort of a rehearsal setting? She's the boss.
Well, look, it's really interesting because when we created this, I sort of, set it all. But it's always the ballet staff that take it on and make it perfect, because I tend to have a bit of a global view, whereas Lizzie will see all of the tiny details. And that's what I'm not very good at. And
we made a quick transition this season, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, yeah. So there was a couple of things that Lizzie went, actually, if you change that and do this, then you'll have those 2 people next to each other and it'll be all perfect. And so I'm like, yep, go for it. Go and do it. Make it perfect.
It just seems like it's collaboration at every single stage.
It absolutely is. And also the collaboration that I have with my ladies. I adore this group of ladies so much. The soloist levels all the way through to the first year corps. I don't work so intensely with the principals. That's Fiona's reign. But to have a good collaboration from me to them, I demand a lot of them. And they want to deliver. They want it to be better. They're always asking, was that a bit better? So the corps de ballet really do want to be the best they possibly can be.
And I think in any ballet company, you're really judged on the principals and the corps de ballet. They're the 2 areas. I mean, obviously everyone's important. But if the principals can be amazing, if the corps de ballet aren't good, then the show's not strong. And equally, look, every area is important, but corps de ballet ladies work incredibly hard, and that's Lizzie's domain.
They do it a ton better than the guys. Guys doing corps is never
terrible.
Terrible.
Interestingly, we had in the Spartacus opening night, there's many men doing fantastic stuff, and they did a lot of great unison work. And then it got to the curtain calls, and they're like, like this, and I was like, oh God! And then the girls walk on, they're perfectly in line, perfectly spaced, perfectly together. And you're just like, that's the girl.
That's what you needed. No. I mean, we just had to confirm. 3 steps forward, feet together.
Right.
3 steps. We had to do a little bit of choreography for them, and then they've been fine since then.
Now, the show went to Adelaide earlier on this year,
Yes.
but where is it going next?
We're taking it to Beijing. It's the first Beijing, Shanghai in our China tour, and it's the first time we've taken this production overseas, so it's very exciting.
Well, let's have a quick look at what exactly the Chinese audiences can look forward to later on this month.
Terrific.
Thank you.
The Australian Ballet will be performing Sleeping Beauty and Giselle during their China tour later on this month. We'll see some rehearsals for Giselle later on today, but for now it's time for the pas de deux from Act 3 of Cinderella. So Jared, what exactly happens in Act 3? What are we seeing here?
So this is right at the very end of the ballet. Like in the Disney movies, she's lost the shoe. He's searched the entire world to find her and finally found her now. And it's kind of a bit of a, how do I say it? Bittersweet ending. She's kind of umming and ahhing. Do I really want this new life? Is it really me? And he is desperate to have her. So don't worry, it finishes happily. It's all happily ever after. But when Alexei Romansky came to put it on, I think the music kind of was pushing him in that direction. It's somewhat sorrowful, so it was kind of an interesting interpretation to create it this way. But it's kind of nice because instead of just tying up, like he found her, the end, it kind of just adds another layer to the story, somewhere to kind of push it in another direction.
So many messages there about being really sure before you get into a new relationship and not losing shoes.
Yeah. Make sure what you get yourself into.
No, it might just be just thinking and travelling, but maybe I just keep it up on the spot and maybe.
It should travel just a tiny. No, that was good. It should travel just a tiny bit. It's like she's going to hop onto point.
Does it feel like I'm letting that the arabesque swing a little bit?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lee,
Yeah.
Lee, can you give him just a little bit plie? Yeah, there we go. That's it, because then you can feel it.
And that feels like it's tipping like that. But only with
That.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think my arm sneaks up a little bit, and then there's no room. I'll try and get as low as I can on that.
Yeah, and musically, I mean, doing so well. We only revisited this yesterday, but when we go over the back for that jeté, we need to come down just a little bit sooner. So
Okay,
she's
sure.
got, because she
Yeah,
needs
yeah.
to start the new phrase on
Yep.
on that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Where do you want to go from? Okay. Yeah. It's up to you.
So Jared, we were seeing here
Beginning.
Ty and Leanne really kind of figuring out, it looked like they were just problem solving a minute there in the dance.
Alexei Ratmansky, when he choreographs, he's known for like pushing the ballet syllabus to the extreme. So when he created this piece, the epimon that we use, which is like, you know, the torsion in our body to create, you know, beautiful line and twists and all that, he was really pushing it to the nth degree. Like there was normally it pushed beyond like our normal kind of balletic range. So that kind of makes some of the partnering trickier to kind of wrap your head around. So that's why, and also it's a long piece. There's been about, in this production, they've probably done about 2 or 3 big long pas de deux already to get to this point. So they're fatigued at this point, and yeah, so it's just kind of one of those trickier things. It's not a stock standard ballet routine, like putting the girl on their weight, on their leg, turning them, you know, lifting them up and down, like every great grand pas. So as you can see, she's barely ever really on her leg when he's partnering her. So he has to now manipulate weight outside of the comfort zone. There's a sweet spot where, like, just in the pirouette, you know, you have to be straight on the leg, but then everything else, pushing her weight away and then back on, so then she can still optimally do her steps. It's quite tricky.
And this relationship that we're seeing between Ty and Leanne here, is it normal that you will get paired up with another dancer, and if that partnership works really well, you tend to be partnered with them in several different ballets, or is it really just a matter of forming new and different relationships depending on the show?
Every ballet is very different. Some of the artists have great rapport with each other. Chen and Arco, 2 principals, they get partnered together quite a lot because they work really, really well together, and also they're husband and wife, so they're very close to each other, so they're very comfortable, you know, working things out together. They can be brutally honest sometimes when you do it with your loved one. Going back to what you said, it's kind of different every single time. When someone comes in to look at the company to create a brand new piece, they might just see, I like this person, I like that person.
Right.
May never have even touched each other in their professional careers before. So that's, you know, a fun, interesting challenge to try and work out where their body is, where their placement should be. You know, like leg line can sometimes play a lot into it. People have those really beautiful hyper extended legs and hyper, you know, the knees going backwards. Generally really hard to kind of find their weight in an arabesque. So with a nice straight line leg, you can just go, yep, you're right there on that center point. But when it's like their legs like naturally like an S shape, you got to kind of
I think
work out where the hell you put them.
It's just from this bit, it's this arm getting over. Yeah, exactly. And then when we do the pull off balance, it's more that it's hinged from the supporting leg, so the back, as opposed to back that way.
Yep.
So it's just finding the right balance, getting into that. That one up and over, all the way around for supporting heel. There we go. That's it. And I think you could probably lift there we go. That's it. Good, guys. Voila. And then getting out of the way so she can get around. Yeah. So get out of the way, and then when she comes this way, then change over again. Okay. This was much better onto that C-stone on point. So after this one, that was much better.
I just got to go low, I think, and then I can get it a good
Yeah,
because up high you've got nowhere to go.
And this went really well. So the one thing, you know, when we do the rond, can we still have the rond and we step back and she pulls back into the attitude here?
This is after this one?
That one. We just need a bit of counterbalance on that one.
Yeah. Does that feel like coming up with the hands, or do you still want the hands a little bit earlier there?
No, that didn't feel bad. That didn't feel like none of it felt bad. Sorry. From there, it just felt like we weren't together because I rose up and I was still staying off, and then you pulled that last one.
I think if I stay a little closer to you once we transfer, and then it's got somewhere to release, and then if I just stay there until you've completed that rond. Yeah.
And can you just give, as it goes into the rond devant, can you have a little bit of upper back as well? Because I think the shape will look really beautiful. That's it. Now lean back on that. Oh, that one's hard. Yeah, too soon. So that she can be back, and if you give her just a little bit leeway from here, there we go. Yeah, nice. This was good. This was good timing. Pushing her up onto point here. Tie. There we go. Good. And we just need to make sure that on that soutenu into the ensemble, on the ensemble, that we keep the dynamic going, so that don't let it stop. So as you go soutenu, it goes straight into that. Da 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 da, and ensemble, go. Yes, exactly. Nice, guys. Down, and let her pull you. There we go. Fab. Great. Good, guys. All right. Okay. Okay. Very, very good. Do you want to just finish it off? Sure. Yeah? Okay. You good? All right. Going into scrubbing. Thank you. 1 minute. Yeah. And 2.
So we're just watching the rehearsal for Cinderella here, and if you do have any questions for the dancers, we will be chatting with Ty and Leanne very soon. Send them through to us. You can go to the Australian Ballet's Facebook page or on Twitter, #World Ballet Day. I'll also have Jared with me for some time, so if you've got any questions for senior artist Jared, do send them through as well. Although I have already covered which animals he's played in ballet, so that one's been done.
Everything's been covered, I think.
Thanks. Very good. Okay. That one's hard, but after you've done the promenade, it's getting it so that it gets the attitude, and then, so we'll go 5, 6. Okay.
Quite let it off enough to start with, and then I let it off too far. If I just get in between.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. Okay. Carry on.
We must stop interviewing people straight after rehearsals when they're clearly puffed out, but that was so beautiful.
Thank you.
Now, Cinderella is such a well-known story. I was watching it from when I was a little girl. Does that make it harder or a bit easier when you approach this sort of a ballet?
I'm not sure it's something that we think about. I mean, there's many different versions of ballets, and Cinderella's no exception. There's a lot of different versions out there, and so we really just, I think, focus on this one, and in this case it's Alexei Ratmansky, what the individual choreographer is trying to get out of that particular ballet and using the source material, yeah.
Now, Leanne, this role was developed around you in 2013, but since then you've had a baby, so congratulations. But did that change the way you approached this role?
I don't think it changed the way I approached it. I think with any role, not Cinderella, I think when you're doing full-length ballet, you're bringing your artistry to each role and how you portray that. And I think the more life experience you have, the more you can kind of bring to ballet. So I think it was just finding more in the character and, yeah, the development of that.
Wonderful. Well, now, where is Cinderella heading next? Where can we see this next?
We're doing this up in Sydney at the end of the year, so we have Spartacus first in November, and then Cinderella right at the end before we go on mid-year break. So nice tough way to finish the year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we are going to have a now look at some of the other ballets in our region, including the New Zealand Ballet. So we're going to have a quick look at them right now.
Welcome to World Ballet Day. My name is Patricia Barker. I'm the Artistic Director of the Royal New Zealand Ballet. We are the only ballet company in New Zealand, and therefore we tour our nation, bringing joy and great performances to all of our audiences. We're based in Wellington, which is the capital city of New Zealand, and a city with a thriving arts and culture scene. The Royal New Zealand Ballet is the first company in the world to start ballet class every morning as the sun rises across the globe. The Royal New Zealand Ballet has presented some wonderful productions this year, starting off with The Piano, the Ballet.
Dancers, we have this universal language, which is movement, which is dance. And for me, I can be in New Zealand, I can work on the moon or in Mars, whatever. I think once you work with people, with the human beings, it's everywhere the same.
The New Zealand audiences were captivated by the beauty and drama of Jurgi Bubenecek's reimagining of Jane Campion's iconic film. We were also delighted to have Francia Russell in our studios, restaging Divertimento 15 by George Balanchine. Francia is a leading authority on the works of Balanchine and was a close personal friend of the choreographer. It was an incredible delight to have her in our studios, inspiring the next generation of dancers and inspiring all of us to be the best we can be. We were also delighted to be able to have Yerji Killian's works in our studios and on our stages for our audiences to enjoy. The Royal New Zealand Ballet is dedicated to creating a platform for choreographers to create new works. It's important not only for us to have the spirit of New Zealand in our works and inspire choreographers and artists right here in New Zealand, but for us to attract the brightest and greatest stars of our generation to our shores, to enthrall our audiences, to push us beyond our boundaries, and for us to be a part of the future of this art form. A production that meant a lot to me this year was Strength and Grace, a production created with 4 women choreographers from 4 different countries to honor the 125th anniversary of women's suffrages, along with our very own 65th birthday. I am truly delighted to announce that our 2019 season includes works created especially for and on the Royal New Zealand Ballet, along with iconic works from leading international choreographers that will give the company's many talented dancers an opportunity to shine.
I feel really proud to be given an opportunity as a New Zealander to make work within this context. And I feel really proud of being a New Zealand woman making choreography, particularly based around a theme that's associated with the women's suffrage movement.
New Zealand was the first country to afford women the vote. And by afford, I mean the women fought for the vote. So it's momentous and worth talking about. And I think in this day and age, worth reminding everyone what our vote is worth and what women are worth.
The Royal New Zealand Ballet is an extensive organization. We have our own costume shop and production workshop where all of our sets and costumes are created. Because we travel to so many centers each year, our team's ability to finesse large productions into all types and sizes of theaters is key, and often we are called on to create productions for overseas companies. In 2019, we will perform in 21 centers with 75 performances and 6 premieres out of 12 ballets. Black Swan, White Swan is a work by Mario Ratajkowski. It's based on Swan Lake, but it follows Siegfried's life. We finish our season with Hansel and Gretel, a new work by our very own artist-in-resident, Lachlan Pryor. The RNZB 2019 season also brings with it a newly formed apprentice program. This program will provide greater opportunity for young New Zealand dancers to join the RNZB and to have a fulfilling career right here in New Zealand, in addition to attracting talented dancers from abroad to our shores. To continue their training and embark on a professional career, whether that is here with us or out past our own shores. Thank you to the Australian Ballet for having us part of World Ballet Day.
Welcome back. It's World Ballet Day here at the Australian Ballet, and we've got so much coming up. Please do stay with us because we've still got to take a look at the gym and the world-class physiotherapy unit here at the refurbished Primrose Potter Centre. I'm also going to be talking to some of the young female choreographers, and we'll see rehearsals from Spartacus, Giselle, Oram, and so many more. But for now, I'd like to talk with Lisa Pavan. Hello. Now, you're here at the Australian Ballet School. Would we be getting students from all over the world here?
Yes, so we do. It's actually 75% of our students come from outside of Melbourne. So we actually take students from all over Australia and from the world. We have students from New Zealand and Japan and China. And next year we'll have a student joining us from Indonesia.
Amazing. Well, we just saw highlights then from the Royal New Zealand Ballet, but can you take me through exactly what's happening in class at the moment?
Yeah, so the students are doing a couple of exercises. They're actually on school holidays at the moment.
Are they really?
Yeah.
And we've dragged them back in?
No, they're volunteered. They absolutely wanted to be a part of World Ballet Day.
Okay,
and it's lovely that they can come in and show some of their exercises. I've got students here from levels 6, 7 and 8. And 8 is our final year of training.
So what sort of programs do you run here at the school?
Yeah, so we have our main core program, of course, is our full-time training program, but we also offer weekly classes to little ones as young as 3 years of age in our early learning program.
When you are talking about a student as young as 3, what sort of exercises are you able to go through there?
Our beautiful teacher, Miss Christine, who teaches them, she certainly does a couple of pliés and tendus with them, but it's actually more about learning to move, learning to listen to music, coordination, just picking up some of those skills, and they have lots and lots of fun, and she's got lots of props and things like that. But it's also about musical appreciation, so there's so much that they can be learning. They're very, very cute classes. We absolutely love having the toddlers in.
I'm almost reluctant to see footage just in case they're already more coordinated than me, which I reckon they probably would be. But I'd love to chat with some of the school captains if that's okay. This is Riley Lapham and Clayton Forsyth. Welcome. Now, Riley, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Wollongong, New South Wales.
Yeah. Wollongong. So how long have you been at the school here?
I moved here at the beginning of 2015, so I came into the school as a level 5 student, joining the full-time program.
And how about yourself? Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Perth, Western Australia.
Okay, so that's you're quite far from home. Was it a massive change when you finally decided to come over here?
It was a pretty big change. I decided to come to Sydney prior to coming here, so I was there for a year, so I was able to get some experience living away from home. But then coming over here, different atmosphere, city, it was big change.
If there were young dancers out there at the moment watching you, what would your advice for them be? You know, we've been speaking to David about just how much work it takes. Is that what you found as well?
Yeah, I think it's really about kind of finding your personal goals and kind of staying true to them, and it can be so easy to end up comparing yourself, and it can be a competitive environment, and so you really just need to stay true to what you set out to do in the first place. And I think that weekly goal setting is something I find that really useful personally, and I've found it effective.
Amazing.
Pretty much same what Riley said. Having those goals set helps, just plan your career. You'll sometimes go on a path that you didn't predict, but at the end of the day, I believe you always end up where you need to be. The motivation from having those goals help guide those careers.
Amazing. That doesn't only sound like great advice for ballet, but just general life advice as well. I'm just going to check and see where we're coming up to. Now, where do you find out all the information about the Australian Ballet School?
So you can go onto our website, theaustralianballetschool.com.au.
Amazing. Now, coming up next, senior students from the Australian Ballet School get professional performance experience with the Australian Ballet's regional touring arm. And we'll see a rehearsal for next year's tour coming up very soon. But first, the Australian Ballet isn't just about educating elite dancers. The Australian Ballet's educational program is designed to make accessible for everyone. So in 2018, the Australian Ballet's education team travelled to Sydney to deliver a week-long program at the Sydney Opera House for special needs students.
We've been in Sydney all week working with special needs schools, and today we are performing at the Opera House.
I've been to a dance to the ballerina.
Program structure is very simple. We talk to the children about the design, the costumes, the characters. They are the characters. They learn the story so well that by the time they come into the venue, they're really familiar with it and they know they're teaching artists very well. So they understand the transformation of who's been teaching them into Coppelia.
Working with the Australian Ballet collaboratively, not only to create this program, but to have it grow now after 3 years, to bring these amazing students on site to have such an experience with the dancing and the performance elements. It's so vital that we have these moments with our resident companies that are inspiring more programs and bringing more people on site.
This is Gus. Gus is 8.5. And he's developmentally about 1-ish, but attends this fabulous school and is a very, very handsome, gorgeous little man.
When the Opera House approached us 3 years ago to say, can you do something? We said yes. The access is important to us.
One of the girls tried on the Spanish skirt and she just loved it.
Well, I twirl around, twirl, twirl, twirl.
We certainly feel extremely fortunate that our students get to engage in a beautiful, beautiful cultural experience, but also with a wonderful team of people who are obviously experts in their field, but also display a beautiful empathy and understanding of our students' needs. I can see that they've not come in here unaware.
At the beginning of the year when we prepare the programme, we do a lot of training with our teachers to make sure that they've got the skills to deliver to a wide audience, and that includes children with additional needs. It's really important that when we dance and we bring everyone together, we're creating that connection. We don't know what the communication points are going to be, if it's going to be rhythm, if it's going to be movement, if it's going to be colour, if it's going to be music. But there are connection points and it brings these people together in such a joyful dance.
I'm really excited about the workshops being here at school because we've been able to have 3/4 of the students of my row have been able to access the workshops, because when we go to the Opera House on Friday there will only be 12 of the students.
So dance and performance opportunities for Gus are extremely limited. So, you know, my neurotypical children can go to a theatre, the Opera House or the ballet, anything. They can go to anything and enjoy that. The opportunity that you guys are presenting is massive. That's just huge, because he can come to the Opera House tomorrow, he can enjoy that performance.
My part is the doctor wanting to make the toys.
It's really important that we realise as a society that, you know, these kids, yeah, they are different and they do have special needs. Why should they miss out on doing all these fantastic opportunities?
See just how engaged the kids have been and the joy on their faces when they're doing these workshops.
I think there's enormous joy to be had from that. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Happy.
See how we go. We'll get to a certain point and then we'll
So it's World Ballet Day, and welcome back to the Australian Ballet. Well, we're watching a rehearsal for Coppelia. Now, Jared, this is a particularly important ballet for you, is that right?
Yeah, this was my first principal role I ever got to do with the Australian Ballet, so it's quite special to me. So right now we have Luke Marchant and Jill Ogai performing the pas de deux in the third scene. So it's the marriage pas de deux. They just got married, they're both in love, everything's worked out happily ever after. Anyway, another nice ending.
Lovely ending. Now, we will be speaking with Jill later on today, as well as Stephen coming up very soon. So if you do have any questions for any of the dancers, remember you can hop on to the Facebook page or tweet us at #WorldBalletDay. But Jared, a few questions have already come in through the Twitter. First one, this is from Lola. She wanted to know, how do you immerse yourselves in character to make it relatable to your audience?
Good question. I guess the most recent thing I can relate to in top of my mind is Spartacus, and that was a good challenge for me because it's such an old, timely piece, ancient Rome. So how do you relate to that to yourself to be able to portray it to the audience? So I put a bit of research, I guess, into listening to some podcasts about, the facts of Spartacus, because the book itself is fictional, derived from facts. So it was fun to kind of create my own idea of what I think Spartacus was or should be, and then also actually our own company has a great history of Spartacus. I mean, Stephen Heathcote taking rehearsal right now, he was the pin-up boy of Spartacus for the last 20 years. He's infamously known that when they took it overseas, people were literally stealing his posters off the walls.
Really?
Yeah. He was a bit of a sex icon. He had this massive, long-flowing power mullet and just this beard. Oh yeah, he was rugged and manly, and so everyone loved him. So we've got a really good history with that production. So I kind of take it upon myself to kind of put myself in the character, how I would be in that situation, and you can kind of relate. I guess there's a lot of modern day references. You can kind of put yourself in there.
Walking. Luke, just keep this left shoulder open as you susu towards Jill, because you've got the nasty angle. Okay. From here, after Jill takes the attitude devant, we just need to find that place after she's done the on-to-don turn under. We need to find that place when she gets to passe where she can continue into the attitude with that. That's it. Yeah, we just had that moment of bouncing off. Okay. I think partly it's that coordination too of, don't do it on point, but once she's come up and over, it's finding when and where this hand needs to change and come down. Or come down and then change. Yeah. You're changing after you come down, aren't you? I think so. Yeah. That's it. Great. Nice and calm. Good. Excellent. Really great lift, Luke. Nicely perched on the shoulder. This is exactly the right balance point. Coming down was much better. We were talking yesterday about not wanting to lead with the bum when you come down. At the moment, she's just a little bit rolling off this way. So maybe we can just... it's something between you, but I think for you, Luke, you're on the open leg, aren't you, as you kneel? So as you let her off, try not to lean too much to your left. Can we pop her up into that lift and just have a look? She goes. It's good. Nice and easy. That's much better. It's much better. Yeah. Great. It is less, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Less is more. Yeah. Good. Let's start from Port-au-Bras section, yeah? Just from here on the ground, dunk before the new theme starts. That's it. Okay, let's pause. Good. You're so on your leg you couldn't get off it. What a problem to have. Okay, really good, guys. Just a fraction early, after the lean off, you knew, yeah, just coming up for that développé effacé before the run around. On and on turn, really, really good. Just, Jill, keep this left side coming before you open out into the arabesque, just so it doesn't have that, it's very slight, but it doesn't have that sort of double dip as you go into the extension into arabesque. And lift up and out, good. Yeah, and no, you were right, Luke, to do that, just a little earlier though, yeah? No, I think you have to extend when you have to extend. It's just for Luke, you to just preempt having a little forward on the extension into arabesque, that's all. Yeah. And there we are, great, spot on, yep. Really good. And then you don't have to adjust her for the penché because she's already forward, yeah? Good. That switch into the soutenu was great, yeah? So even though you're moving position behind her, she's staying on her axis before the failli, yeah? Shall we just pick it up into these? Just going into the failli lifts, thanks Dunk. Good, continuing on. Good. Really good, guys. Let's just stop there. We will get to those last promenades, but not just yet. Not just yet. Really good. That second failli, the ton de flèche, was absolutely the right angle. Yep. Yeah. Remember we were having a bit of trouble with that yesterday, but just getting in the wrists in and under, I think that just does the trick. It just gives Jill that ability to lay back on it a bit. Yeah. Was it lower for you?
It was definitely lower. It was like I felt it on that bone.
Yeah. Yep. Good. Much better. I still think you've got a little longer on the first roll down, because once she comes up here, we're sort of waiting. I just think you've got a little bit more music than you think there before that preparation into the second failli. Yeah?
And that's me too, that like, I just try and get his hands
yeah.
away.
Yeah.
That's fine. I actually think it's this position that I need to hold a little bit longer.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, before you roll down.
The count.
Yeah. Yep. It's worth hearing that once?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? Just from the first failli again, thanks, Dunk. But you know where it is. Yes.
Yeah.
And then of course on the second one you have no time.
Yeah.
You know.
I think I almost like, nothing's happening.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean the rolling up into the fish and then the rolling down is decorative enough. Yeah. You just look pretty, which you do. Good. We won't worry about going back over that. That's fine. So maybe let's just pick up the second one and go into the diagonal again. This is a tricky one because of the pose arabesque needing to be relatively close, but then as you come here, it changes.
I feel like I went away
That's all right. Bum. Yeah. because it often looks too close here, but then of course once you've done the grand rond-de-jambe, it ends up being the right distance. So it's a tricky one to gauge. Have a go, see how you feel, because maybe if it is further away on the, sorry, you do it. If you do it on the arabesque, so if you have a bit of distance here, then maybe, Luke, you can extend that arm a little. Is that doable? Yeah. I think it's better, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, let's just, can you give us a lead into the second fire lift, Dunk, please? 16, thanks. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go on. Very nice, guys. Well done. You had a moment in the middle of that finger pirouette, but it was fine. You pulled out of it really well.
When I go onto this side instead of hopping
Yeah,
this side,
yeah.
I get a bit.
I think if you just go passe, front, à la seconde, and then it's when you go from à la seconde to the passe that you don't want anything in the torso to move. Do you know what I mean? So you just, if you can just lengthen and lift as you go from second into the passe. There we go. Great. And then tracking down the leg, yeah, beautiful. It's really nice when you see the journey of that foot down the shin into the little swivy around him, yeah. Good, guys. Nice work. Well done. Not today. Good, good, good. Really, really well done.
No, I was actually, with my torsos, I just felt like when the passes feel a little bit stuck,
Yep.
because I'm a bit that way. And
So,
because I indulge here.
right. I mean, you have to have that vertebra out, but I guess it's as you come through, don't be too dipped into that side.
Stay on that side, and then it's like.
Yeah. You get a bit of a whip going under then. So lift out of the body here, in and under. That's it. Yep. Good, good, good. Great. The attitude line when you stepped into the pose, spot on. Really, really good. It's just that little bit above 90, which is great.
Did it drop?
No, you sustained it really, really well. It's like with any promenade, it's just that thing of keeping the exact same distance around her, which you pretty much did.
Yeah. Was my arabesque?
Yeah, no, arabesque line was great. Yep. I thought maybe you had perhaps just a little bit longer to get into the final extension of the penché.
Oh yeah, I thought we didn't have enough time, but then we did.
Yeah,
More time than I
yeah.
thought.
too high?
Too high. Yeah, I thought maybe it was. Great. Just do this soutenu now. Coming up out of it. Fifth, passe, good. Bomb, bomb, turn. There it is. Lovely. Much better. No, much better, guys. And this is great. Good coordination into this. Yeah, yeah. Good. Good, good, good. Really nice. You can go back out on tour now. I mean, really nice work. Really, really good. Just the last thing is, as you prepare to each other and we go into this precipitate towards each other for the last pose, just move the feet along the ground. You know, if you start a little further apart from each other, then you can actually cover some ground. You know what I mean? So you can really, yeah. So you can really just reach with the feet here. And yeah, ba-bum. That's it. Great. Then you've got a nice big travel to go into your pose. Yeah. Good. Fantastic. Come over here, guys.
Well done, well done. We're going to chat with Stephen for a minute. Wonderful guys, and we will be chatting with you later on, Jill. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I felt like, no, actually, we're not chatting with you just yet. Not yet.
Get out.
But from everybody watching at home, we are joined by Stephen Heathcote and Paul Nodblock. Thank you so much for having a bit of time with us today.
Pleasure.
First, I'm going to chat with you, Stephen. Now, you are the ballet master of the regional touring arm of the Australian Ballet.
Yes, ballet master and regional touring associate. So it gives
you've got a mic,
gives me
I
a
don't
couple
need
of
to give
things
you
to do. That's okay. It's a fantastic privilege to have that role, because what I do is, I along with Paul, I lead the regional tour, which travels to various states throughout Australia.
Yeah.
We live in a massive country, so we've got a lot of miles to cover, a lot of kilometres to cover. So this tour takes out a combination of dancers from the ranks of the Australian Ballet and also from the graduate level of the ballet school, the Australian Ballet School. So that ticks two very important boxes. It gives the graduate dancers an incredibly valuable training experience on the road with us, out there on stage for regional audiences. And it also gives some of our dancers like Luke and Jill an opportunity to do principal roles, which they may not get the opportunity to do so much with the main stage company.
Now, a lot of people might not realise this, but regional Australia, I should say, some of the areas are going through it at the moment. We're in the process of a drought. I can imagine that when the ballet comes into town, it's really quite something special.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think country people in every country in the world are tough by nature. They have to be, because they are dealing with the elements every day. And certainly at the moment in Australia, this drought has really got a strong grip on regional areas. So it was nice for us to be able to take perhaps a little bit of light relief in the form of Capalia on our regional tour this year. And just to share a little bit of our passion in our art form, and maybe take people away from their everyday life and the difficulties of those for just a few moments, even if it's just in the evening at a performance.
Yeah.
But I mean, this tour over the course of its time we've reached more than 170,000 people in regional Australia.
That's amazing.
It's a staggering reach, and we have to also remember that there's a good percentage of our dancers who come from regional areas.
Yeah,
I'm country boy.
You're a country boy. Where did you grow up?
Yeah, Warhope, mid-north coast of New South Wales.
There you
Not much
go.
ballet going on there.
Yeah.
Now, we were also discussing earlier, there is an audience engagement program for people who can't come into Melbourne and get a tour of this beautiful facility. What does that involve?
Well, on the regional tour, the audience engagement program was great, and Paul and I enjoyed a trip to the School of the Air in Alice Springs with some of our dancers. It was fantastic because we got to see how they send out and conduct lessons to kids who live in really remote areas. I mean, we're talking as far away as Papua New Guinea and Fiji.
I live in Australia, and sometimes I even forget how remote our remote areas are. I was once taken to a farm where it would take the owner of that farm 3 days to drive around the circumference of it. So when you guys go out there, it's very outback.
Well, we had a brilliant day out there. We took 5 or 6 dancers out and gave a demonstration, which was filmed and then sent out via broadband to remote areas where children live and are educated. So it was a fantastic opportunity to share what we do with kids who would never get a chance to see it.
Amazing.
Amazing. I'm going to throw a question to you now, Paul. Aside from the regional tour, you're also the education program. You're part of the education program. What's that all about?
So this year I created a Capalia, so a smaller scale Capalia for the regional, the education program. So there's 4 wonderful dancers from the education program, and they go out to primary schools and high schools across Australia, remote and regional Australia as well. So they put on a performance, and they also help educate dance and bring that to people that wouldn't be exposed to dance otherwise.
That's amazing. So, okay, and then also one other thing that also you are in the regional tour, the educational program, but the other thing that you're also part of is the Storytime Ballet, which is you're the master of. What is that? How's that different, and who is that aimed for?
Yeah, well, Storytime, it's a bit of a year of Capalia because we're doing a Capalia this year created by David McAllister. So Storytime is a beautiful introduction for young children into dance. It's kind of targeted for ages 3 and up. It's narrated, so the story is really easy to understand. It's also really interactive, so the kids get to feel a part of the show. It's a joy for me to be a part of that program because you always see the kids dancing in the aisles, and just that sheer love of dance and joy of dance is really beautiful to witness. So.
Asking for a friend, not for me of course, but can adults go to Storytime? Because that sounds great.
Adults go all the time, not only with their kids. I sit there in on every show without kids, and I love it. Like, I advise it to any budding ballet goer.
What you just said, how it touches on how it's narrated, so it's a lot easier to follow, because ballet sometimes is done, it's a silent art aside from the music, and so sometimes it can be quite hard to follow along with the story, and that's where like ballet mime comes into play, doesn't it? It's one of those learnt arts that you have to kind of follow along with.
Well, with ballet mime, actually, I'd like you to teach me some in just a second, but
There's
for now...
a segue.
I know, that's quite a segue. You nailed that. But for now, I know that we do have to let you both go because you've got plenty to get done today. Thank you, Stephen and Paul, so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Before we do get into the ballet mime, though, I'm going to ask Jared just another question from somebody on Twitter.
Oh, yeah?
I'll let you guys run off.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have
See
fun.
ya.
Bye.
That was me really delicately trying to go on, another one, out you go. This question is it's something I've been thinking about. After a ballet such as Spartacus, do the men need to reform for the ballets needing, different lines but also different body shapes?
Yes and no. Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're going to talk later about how much you built up for Spartacus, but then do you shrink down again?
Well, kind of, yeah, because, okay, for this instance right now, what's coming up is The Sleeping Beauty in China. That's the next thing for us, which Kevin Jackson is one of the princes, and the costume was fit to him pre-Spartacus. So there's now he's in the process of slimming back down, but not obviously just like letting it go. But like so the program that we're going to touch on and talk later on is going to shift. He has to shift his program now. So it's an interesting juggle that we have to do as dancers.
Yeah, amazing. Now, in a second, we are going to be very lucky to watch a bit of the Giselle rehearsal, but I got to see Giselle a couple of weeks ago, and I loved the mime, and I want you to teach me some. So what can you take me through? Like mime for beginners, if you will.
Mime for beginners. All right, easy. We can do that in like 2 seconds, can't we?
Yeah, I think so.
Great.
Let's go.
All
I'm
right,
ready.
well,
I'm ready.
Okay, so what we're going to see in a second is the scene where they first meet. So maybe I can kind of teach you some of the stuff so you know what we're going to be watching right now.
All right, but Rolls, I want to play the prince, so you're Giselle.
All right, I'll be Giselle.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay, let's do this. I'll put this paper down.
So I'm getting my best prince on here. How does one mime being a prince?
Firstly, you're a prince that's pretending to be a peasant.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Prince pretending to be peasant. There's so much going on.
Okay, so one of the scenes is when she sits down on the bench, she will take up the whole thing. And so you have to say, what about me?
Okay.
So me in ballet mime is generally just one hand kind of gesturing to yourself.
I'm going to put my notes down. Okay. So
Couple
this
of
is
ways. Me. Then you gesture to the seat. And then what about me?
What about me? Yeah. So this is the ballet jog on.
Where am I going to sit?
There we go. Out you go.
Then I'm very upset and oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. Sorry, let me just move my dress away. Please join me.
Right. Okay. So then we're down here, and now I'm quite keen. I'm the peasant prince.
Canoodle over.
All right.
I shift away.
Oh gosh. Canoodle over.
Go for a kiss. I'm out.
Oh my God, I'm heartbroken.
And then to stop you, like, because instead of actually yelling out stop, because you can't do that in ballet.
No.
You have to put your hand up, and then we need to know the musical timing, so it's all set. So musical timing, we know. Okay. Oh, what did you just say? You turn around. What are we going to do now?
Okay, all right, so I feel like we've got our whole routine down. So I'm going to come up to you on the chair. You're sitting down there, your dress is really big, you're taking up heaps of room.
The whole space. I'm sorry, who?
Oh, that's right, me. Chair. Me wanting to sit down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me move my dress. This is nice. No. No. I'm out.
Ah,
And then stop.
heartbroken again.
Stop.
You know, I feel like I did very well and I learnt a lot, but it's time now for the professionals, I think. This is the rehearsal for Giselle.
That's the first time I was Giselle. That's amazing.
Yes. Okay. But we're not doing first act, we're doing the second act part.
What?
That's why I was here doing this.
Jared, I learned the whole scene for nothing.
Second act.
Act 2 part.
Oh, she's dead now.
Oh, no.
Okay. But that was a good demonstration.
Spoiler.
Good
Thank you.
teaching.
Thanks.
All right. Okay. So Act 2, pas de deux. Thank you.
All right, so right now, I was wrong, it's not first act. It's second act of Giselle, and we've got principal artists Adam Bull and Leanne Stoimanov. So in this scene, Giselle, sadly, at the end of first act, dies of a broken heart because the prince is revealed, and it's not who she thought he was, dies of a broken heart. And now he has been wandering the forest, and she has returned as a spirit. Well, in this production, they're called the Willies. And he's trying to reconcile and apologise for what he's done and what's happened. So it's a bit of a sad moment.
So you're watching World Ballet Day coming to you live from the Australian Ballet in Melbourne. The Bolshoi Ballet is up next after 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But Jared, just once again, what are we looking at now?
Yep, so this is the grand part. This is the main part of the second act. So context of story context is that Albrecht has wandered into the woods, into the forest to try and find Giselle's grave and to apologise. But in the meantime, the queen of the willies, the queen of the ghosts, there's a folklore is like if anyone wanders into the forest, they have to dance till they die by magical powers. And so at this point, Adam, the prince, Albrecht, has been sucked up into the whole conundrum, and now Giselle is trying to spare his life by trying to dance some of the time as well to allow him to live long enough for sunrise.
Wow. Now, thank you to everybody who's been sending in questions. Your questions online have been incredible. If you do have any others, please send them through either on the Australian Ballet Facebook page, or you can head on to Twitter and use the hashtag World Ballet Day. But Jared, somebody actually sent another question through for you, and that is, how old were you when you began training full-time?
Full-time? I was 16 when I moved away from home to train full-time. I didn't take ballet seriously till I was about 14 when I saw Spartacus. I did it because my principal at the Male Ballet School said, it's a good fundamental to have for any kind of genre. I wanted to be a tap dog when I was younger, or Broadway, but when I saw Spartacus, it was so powerful and emotionally fulfilling that I was like, I need to do this. So I took it seriously from 14, but then trained full-time at 16.
Now, we were chatting with some of the students from the Australian Ballet School who study here, but you didn't go to the Australian Ballet School. Your career took a really different path, didn't it? Yeah, I went to the National Theatre Ballet School in St Kilda, a couple of suburbs away. It was exactly what I needed. I had some amazing teachers. The principal there, Miss Beverly Jane Fry, was incredible. She
got me into gear because kind of showed me like what ballet. If you want to be a ballet dancer, you got to work harder than you're working. Because I was like carefree. Yeah, cool. I could do ballet. It's like no. This is how it's like. This is what goes into it.
You were lazy. It's fun
Yeah,
too.
Nice. God, they're as bad as my dad jokes.
This is a question from Roman. What was your... Oh, gosh,
Cool
this
name.
is a cruel question, Roman. What was your worst mistake during a performance and how did you recover? Uh-oh. Dredging back memories.
Yeah, no, I didn't recover. We were doing a very serious ballet called Checkmate, kind of like a chess. It was a chess game on stage, and I was one of the black knights fighting the red knights. And just before I went on stage, one of my mates just happened to say that tonight the lead role will be played by Jennifer Lopez, and then I couldn't see this guy as anyone other than Jennifer Lopez, and it's just the four of us on stage, death staring at each other, and nothing else was, no one was moving, and I was just losing it. It was like silent crying on stage, and Fiona came back, understandably quite angry, and I was like, I'm so sorry, that was so unprofessional. She's like, you won't do it again? No, I won't. But it was, I don't know, it wasn't that funny, really. It wasn't really that funny, but I just
You just
couldn't.
got the giggles.
Once you start laughing in inappropriate moments, you just can't stop laughing. It just makes it funnier. Great.
We were early on this. This was beautiful. Fouetté. Just all of this was really good. When we were going into the carries, I think, Eddie, it's the second side. Still want to see that.
That's what I was going to ask you. After we've done the chess head here, I feel like I want to stay there because I feel like it's a bit like that.
Mhm.
I can do it. Because otherwise it's smooth.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Now we just need to bring her. There we go. Because I just love it when it picks up into here. All right? Yeah, that would be stunning. All right. The fluidity is really, really beautiful. Just make sure that as you go from sway to sway, there's still a little bit left in your elbows, because sometimes it gets just a little bit too yeah. So it has that lovely sway. Okay, because the fluidity is really, really beautiful. Okay, really, really nice. Okay, so okay, all right. I'm gonna wind it down. So, I think we're winding down. But just try the fouetté. Can you just do the fouetté from here, just up the leg? And then make this flow round the corner. There we go. Because it's really lovely if you get that nice before you go. Exactly. That would be beautiful. And this is where elbows. This was much better. To keep going from here, so we get this pull back. Yeah. Great, much better. And nice, lovely. And this, the bourrée back, just watch your feet as you're stepping back. Just got to keep that going. There we go, exactly. But the head and the movement here. Beautiful, guys. Nice. All right, not bad. For one rehearsal? One rehearsal? Not many. All right. Okay.
Wonderful.
Amazing.
Fiona, could we grab you over here for a second as well? Thank you very much, Leanne. Thanks again for more of your time. And Adam Bull, that was absolutely beautiful. Now, Fiona, you danced this role yourself with the Australian Ballet. You learnt the role from Marilyn Rowe, and now you are teaching it. So what parts of the character and the performance did you take from the teacher, and how much of it have you passed on to Leanne?
I think it's really important that things are handed down. So this is a heritage ballet, and it's really important that we learn from our former dancers. Marilyn Rowe was a wonderful actress, a beautiful performer. So for me, she taught me the whole role, but the one I remember most of all, the part that I remember most of all, is the mad sing. And it's a very, very famous piece within the ballet. And every dancer who does Giselle wants that challenge of being able to do that well. And it's being able to be taught it in such a way that you get the very, very important subtleties of it, and then you create your own interpretation so that it's authentic to you as an individual. So when I was teaching, say, Leanne, it's important to be able to pass on the framework, and then it's up to us as a couple, a coach and a dancer, to make it authentically their own.
Leanne, I'll let you have my mic, but how did you make that role your own?
I think that's is quite a hard thing to do, because you have so many ballerinas before you perform that ballet, and you know, Fiona passing her knowledge down and watching a lot of different versions. I think it is just taking exactly that, the framework, and then kind of doing a lot of thinking, a lot of things on your own to kind of make it your own and make it feel natural to yourself. And I think that's what makes your Giselle different to anybody else's. You don't want to replicate exactly what somebody has done, but I mean, being in the studio with Fiona, she can still demonstrate so beautifully. So you get the essence exactly of what her Giselle was like, and you can kind of take that energy and try and use it for yourself too. Yeah.
That's amazing. Now I'm going to also introduce someone who's come onto the scene. This is Valerie Tarashenko. Welcome, Val. I want to ask you a question. So you are the other lead role in this production, the Queen of the Willies, Mirta? So this is the Queen, the one who makes Adam dance till he dies. So this is... Compared to Leanne's soft Giselle, you are one of the strongest female characters in any production. Has that been a challenge for you? Because ballerinas want to grow up to be beautiful, graceful, the princess.
Yes, everyone wants to be Giselle. But yes, Mirta has a lot of challenges. There's layers of difficulty, the first being the physicality, the stamina, the endurance. It's one of those roles where when you first rehearse it and you first run it, you feel like you need a bucket because you feel like you're going to spew. But that's just one layer, and she starts her solo very adagio, very controlled, with some very nerve-wracking arabesque promenades and penchés. So it's also about learning how to mentally control your thoughts, your nerves, the tension, and just relax into doing some very difficult things on stage. And then also she's a character as well, so she's got a story just as Giselle does. She's just become a very different person. So you also have to be able to portray why she's so evil and why she hates men. So there's layers.
And you're about to do the Queen now. Are we expected to, do you want me to have a bucket standby? Because we haven't done the show for a couple of weeks now. How's that stamina?
I won't be doing the whole thing, so that will help.
Great.
We'll start, slow, ease into it.
Lovely.
Yeah, shouldn't need a bucket. Thank you.
Thank you. And Adam, this is a very demanding role. As Jared mentioned, your character is literally being forced to dance until he dies. What are some of the challenges you face dancing in Giselle?
It is that, as Val said, it's for the male, he is forced to dance till he dies, not literally, but that's in the story. But it's actually one of the roles where you can make the work, you can show how much the work takes. Instead of like when you usually have to do a solo and you're dying inside, you have to put on a smile and, get your way through it. But with this ballet, with Albrecht, you can show how much it hurts, which is kind of actually a good thing.
In a way.
For once, you don't have to hide behind a smile or
It's the only profession where, you can see sports athletes, kick goals and all that, and run around all day, and then you can see them just on the side, okay, they play for 80 minutes, they're exhausted. But for us, we do 3 acts, come into the 3rd act where the grand pas is and expected to perform at the peak, and nothing's a problem. Nothing's a problem. I haven't danced for 2.5 hours. My thighs aren't dead.
Well, look, I could keep talking to you guys for much longer, but Fiona, I know that you need to move on to the next rehearsal.
Absolutely.
And I can see the dancers ready to go.
Yes.
What is the next rehearsal going to be?
This is going to be Giselle from 2nd act, where Valerie will start from the Queen's solo, into the Willy scene.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much.
And while everybody gets ready for that, I know that you can go and see Giselle very soon in Ballet Under the Stars in Penrith, I believe it is, which is going to be wonderful. And it will also be performed in China later on this month. But now it's time for us to take a little sneak behind the scenes at the Houston Ballet, which has a very special relationship with the Australian Ballet. No, sorry, we'll be moving to that in just a second. I'm being told that that's definitely not what's happening right now. We're going to see the Willies, so I'm going to get out of the way.
Let's do it.
It's here. That's too far out, isn't it? Yeah. So could you be a little tighter? Who's my first two? Yeah. So you're just splitting, and then can I have the others on the edge of the mirror, on the where, yeah. So could you Shani be on the crack in the mirror? Come onto the crack in the mirror, and next the crack in the mirror. So take a tiny step out, Lisa, tiny step out. That'll do us for the beginning, because we're really blocked on this side. Okay. So if we use that as the beginning position. Would you like to come in way upstage of the piano? I think that's quite good.
And so we're just going to run forward and stay?
Yeah, in these straight lines. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 PK. 1, 2, 3, running forward. 5, you're running straight forward. 5, 6, and even further. So Ella's got some room. Even further to about there. Okay, is that all right on the Tarquette line? And I think if we keep about there, Ella will do her best job. Yeah? Good. And that's okay for you, darlings, to come in? Tash, does that feel okay for you? Good. Okay, then upstage we go. Set aside, we're going to start off. There's nothing more that we need to remember, is there? Great.
To do this in 10 minutes.
Very good. Very good. And we know where we're going to start?
Yes, we do.
Great. Okay. We're good to go when you are. We can?
All right. Here we go. Thank you, Brian.
Just clear this. Yes, clear the space, ladies. Thank you.
You can see Giselle at Penrith in the Ballet Under the Stars, which is going to be wonderful. They'll also be performing in Nanjing, China later on this month. And now I actually get to properly talk about the Houston package that we're about to show.
It's on now.
I can't believe it. I talked about Houston and there was a problem. But as I was saying before, the Australian Ballet does have a wonderful relationship with the Houston Ballet. Their artistic director, Stanton Welch, began his career as a dancer with the Australian Ballet, and he is also a resident choreographer with the company.
I think that I'd always wanted to choreograph for Romeo and Juliet. I had fallen in love with the score, the Prokofiev score, from before I can actually remember. Like Peter and the Wolf, which is also a Prokofiev, what it taught me was that thematic sound of a character woven through a ballet. And in Peter and the Wolf, he explains how he does that. And then in Romeo, it's so clearly there. I wanted to try to honour the same course that the play took, even though the ballet score is quite different.
We stayed very closely to the play, as close as possible, introducing a couple other characters, a couple other complexities that are in the play. For many choreographers and dancers, it's sort of a Mount Everest of ballets. To make something that sort of stays connected to the roots of the play as deeply as Stanton did is a huge challenge.
Just the sheer amount of characters, the amount of costumes that you have, the amount of scene changes that you have. You're going from a market scene to Juliet's bedroom, to a ball, to a balcony. And I wanted to have a set that altered and shifted and changed, bringing Roberta on board and coming up with the idea that these towers and these things would be multi-purpose to make different scenes. Once we'd arrived at that, the process felt quite easy.
Part of the uniqueness of Romeo and Juliet is that Roberta's Roman. She exudes the history of what that story is. She understands it so very well. So we were able to achieve the look that is historic to that period, but the movement that's needed for ballet. We use color to separate the families. The Montagues in blue, the Capulets were the red, and then the Aeschylus clan in gold. Looking at the level of color, by not using solids, it becomes much more interesting to all of us to look at. One of my favorite sections is the tableau when the ball happens. It's like a Renaissance painting come to life on stage.
When you have the opportunity to have a role created on you, it's so special. I have done Julia before, but having it created on me, I feel like it was me completely. Every time that I step in the studio, I have the opportunity to be myself. One of the amazing things about Stanton is that he comes to the studio and he knows exactly what he wants, but you can help develop that character even more.
One of the joys of playing Romeo and getting to create this role is this is a character who wears his heart on his sleeve. He's truly driven by his emotion. To be so exuberantly honest with the emotions that that character is going through is thrilling. To finally bring the company to Australia felt like a real milestone.
It was the first time that we traveled to Australia and also presenting his new production of Romeo and Juliet.
They had a tour planned that they would like to go to, and they had a season that was left open in Melbourne. We were on the cusp of making Romeo and Juliet then. A story ballet was really the right decision. The Australian Ballet and the Houston Ballet are both great storytellers, but it wasn't something that had been destined or planned many years in advance. It was serendipity lining up.
I felt like the production really grew into itself in Australia. To get that momentum and watch the production grow, performance after performance after performance, was very special for us.
It was challenging, but the audience and the staff, the crew, everybody really supported us from the first day that we arrived.
They were so receptive to the production, to the company, and that was a real joy for us to finally connect in person and properly introduce ourselves. New productions are so important for a company to create a sense of identity. This company has done so well at creating new large-scale productions, and I'm so excited to see what comes of this new Sylvia.
My mother had choreographed a Sylvia on a ballet school when I was about 7 or 8. And I remember the music from that period. I can shut my eyes and see images from her ballet. It had been this great score that I knew existed and I knew that I personally loved. Finally, it fit in place how I wanted to tell the story with 3 different love stories intertwined with each other, and the choice to go away from the Roman telling to the Greek.
This will be my first time performing the ballet.
The sets look stunning, the costumes look powerful.
Jerome Kaplan is the designer for Sylvia, who I actually met for the first time in Australia. He had done Alexei Ratmansky's Cinderella for them, and I was going through the wardrobe, as I always do, and what's this cool stuff belong to? And they kept saying, it's Jerome Kaplan, you need to meet him. For this production, Sylvia, I needed something very unique, something modern, something historic. He creates a place that is very abstract, but also very real at times. It was also through Jerome that I met Wendell Harrington, who's a projectionist. You may have seen Wendell's work here in Houston for The Nutcracker. She's wonderful. So, I mean, the combination of Wendell and Jerome, and of course Lisa Pinkham for the lighting design, is really exciting. We've just come off Nutcracker and Romeo, which were really authentic, where the costumes and the scenery look like you were really there at a movie set, to this place, which could be anywhere, anything, anytime. The dancers are learning who they are. We make a scene as an acting scene. We block it out. We make sure that all the acting motifs are occurring musically when we need them to. And then I go back and I choreograph. For Artemis and Sylvia, these female characters have to hold swords.
In Sylvia, the women are the warriors.
Even the way that you stand is so different. We train to be so delicate and soft, and now you have to be grounded and strong.
It's very exciting to have a collaborator in a full length like this.
Houston Ballet and Australian Ballet have had this unique connection, and that's coming together with this co-production of Sylvia, which is really special, that we can combine our resources and make this piece of art together. We're taking a traditional ballet and putting our own stamp on it.
Houston Ballet will make history in creating this powerful production.
It is so fulfilling and so rich, and I think the audience will have such a great time. It has every possibility to make this ballet one of our most returnable classic favourites.
You are watching World Ballet Day here at the Australian Ballet Centre. Now, later on, we are going to get to go behind the scenes at the Bolshoi Ballet in Moscow and the Royal Ballet in London. In about half an hour, we're going to see Alice Topp's Aurum, and then there's going to be a rehearsal that I promise you definitely don't want to miss, and that is Spartacus. But right now, it's time for what is practically heaven on earth in my mind, and that is the shoe room. Oh my God. So if you come in here, it's just shoes. Hello, Robin. Hello, Benedict. Oh my gosh, this place is incredible. Tell me, how many shoes are actually in here?
Over 3,000 shoes right now.
That is such a great thing. Now, we're going to be talking today a little bit about fitting a shoe and how important it is. Would you mind showing us exactly how you actually fit a ballet shoe? Yeah, so just, if we follow just down here. Now, Robin, I might actually give you this, and then that'll be a bit easier for you.
So these are custom-made block shoes for Benny. She's been through, is it BB 28? 28 different trials of shoes to find this one. And can you tell me what you did modification-wise on these ones, Benny?
So we found that in the wing, I actually needed like a harder paste, just so I have a bit more support when I'm standing on point, so that pulls up a bit more. I also had a higher heel put in, just so that my shoe wouldn't slip off the back of my heel, so we lifted that up. We also put in a heel pin, just because sometimes when you go into point there's that excess fabric, and the heel pin is just a bit of foam that helps sort of fill that out. It's more for an aesthetic line. Yeah.
Do you want to explain what this is as well, the darning of the shoes?
So the darning is just done with thread. I use a wool just because it's a bit thicker, and basically we darn around the block of the toe at a different point depending on your foot and your arch and where you like to sit on point. And basically it helps, well, for starters, it helps the shoe last longer. And secondly, it helps with your balance, just because you've got a bit of a wider platform, so that when you're on point, it's not quite as small.
Amazing. Well, do you guys have any tips for how you could actually get a ballet shoe to last a little bit longer? Because I know that some of the dancers can go through, and this is right, 3 pairs of shoes in a show. Is that right? So how do you stretch out the life there a bit?
Well, we use jet glue here a lot around where Benny was showing, around the wings, just to stiffen and hold it. Some like to do it at the beginning of the shoe's life, or some do it after they've worn them a few times. We also use French polish, which is shellac, and that's another alternative. It's not as hard as jet glue, but it seems to last longer. Do you use either of those?
I would use jet glue more likely, and I would probably have broken my shoe in, feel like it's sort of coming to the end of its life, and put that jet glue in just to solid it back up again.
Now, we have some incredible shoes up here, some really beautiful ones. These are mine now. But can you actually tell me how you can tell when your shoe is at that point where it really needs to be replaced? I think it was this one over here, is that right?
Different dancers break down in different spots. So this is just the inside of a new shoe.
Okay.
So
that one's new.
On the inside, yeah. Some dancers find that it breaks at the platform, so it starts to hurt their toes a bit, or down the sides. Do you find it breaks there for you?
Yeah, so this is a dead shoe of mine, so you can see how here has started to get a bit mushier. So normally that's like concrete, so after you've worn it, the sweat in your foot just breaks it down, and it sort of, and that becomes softer as well, and you're just not getting as much support in your toes as you would with a new pair. So that's sort of when you know you should probably sew up another one.
Amazing. Well, we'll look at just how important all that support is and how important the ballet dancer's foot is. I mean, it goes without saying, but very important. But for now, if all of this talk of ballet shoes has made you consider strapping on your old pair of shoes, or if you're thinking up taking dancing for the very first time, well, you should have a look at some of the Australian Ballet's adult dance classes. Now, we've already seen today at the Australian Ballet how hard the dancers utilise their bodies. And unfortunately, when you're working that hard, injuries do happen. But here at the Australian Ballet, it has a world-renowned record of injury prevention and cure, which is incredible. And this is where all the magic happens in here. And I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Sue Mays. Come on through. There we go. Hello, Sue. Thank you so much for making the time. And, you know, before we get stuck into our conversation, I do need to point out the AFL footballer in the room. Hey, mate, not a ballet dancer. Welcome.
Yeah, nah, thanks for having me.
So Sam writes down in here, now I know that you've treated some of the best dancers around the world, but you've also started working on athletes as well. Can you please tell me, because for me, I think for a long time I would have thought that ballet dancers and footballers don't have a lot in common, but they really do, don't they?
Well, it's amazing. The more that we're working with them, we've realised there's actually more similarities than differences. And in fact, we're doing some research with La Trobe University and we're comparing dancers to other athletes. But 50% of our injuries occur around the foot and ankle. And you know, it's pretty common. Foot and ankle injuries are really common in football too. So some of the research that we're doing, we're comparing the ankle to other athletes to see if there's difference in anatomy. But we've really worked with Sam to work on some intrinsic muscles and calf muscles. And with dancers, the foot intrinsic muscles are so important. Like, it helps them dance, but it's also a really important injury prevention strategy. So since we've put some intrinsic muscle and calf muscle exercise into their program about 10 years ago, we've had 1 ankle surgery in 10 years.
Really?
So it's really had a fantastic impact, and we really hope by sharing some of this knowledge with the footballers that they'll be able to reduce their injury rates as well.
Absolutely. So, you know, as you say, the prevention is really important. But Sam, you went through a stage where you were battling some pretty difficult injuries there. How did Sue help you specifically get back on your feet? I'll give you the mic there.
Yeah, well, yeah, she helped me a lot. I had 6 or 7 surgeries on both ankles, so double ankle surgery at one stage, which was really tough, and we sorted out the Australian Ballet and Sue, and she's really helped me, like she said, with my foot intrinsics and muscles around the feet to really strengthen it up. And I've worked with Benny and Nicola as well. When I first got to the ballet, Benny showed me her calf strength and stuff, and I was pretty embarrassed where I was at, so that helped me a lot. And the same with Nicola, just watching her toe strength and stuff that supports all the muscles I need to stop me having another ankle surgery, so it's been good.
Amazing. So Benny's just there getting worked on at the moment. What is this? So what are some of the exercises? Can you show me one of them here?
Well, actually, you're going to go next door.
Mason's going to show me?
Mason who's going to show
Fair
you
enough.
really
All right.
key ones.
I actually just really want to make you work out there, make you work for it. But what's happening over there, Jared?
Megan's going to help you over here to show you some of the exercises they're doing.
Yes, I'm over here right now with Megan Connolly, who is the ballet mistress and rehabilitation specialist, and she's currently working on Jess Wood, who's just recovering from an injury right now. Megan, what can you tell us? What's going on here with Jess?
Jess is recovering from an ankle injury and she's doing really well, and she's at that exciting moment where she's got her point shoes on for the first time, and we're just going through some simple tendus and a flat bar really before she's actually standing on point, just to check her alignment and strength and stuff like that. So baby steps.
Amazing. And Jess, how have you had dealt with the experience of the injury and working with Megan? Has it been a positive outcome?
Yeah, it's been very positive. Obviously, being injured isn't fun at all, but it's been a good time to focus on my technique and really strengthen in areas that haven't been working properly. So it's been positive, yes.
Amazing, yeah. Well, we at the Australian Ballet are very proactive with foot injuries, and we have a bit of a video to show you right now.
Our feet are probably the hardest working part of us as a dancer. They have to not only support us, but they also have to be articulate and they have to be expressive.
Some people think it's all about line. Really mobile feet look really great, but often they're really difficult to maintain.
Ballet dancers will like to have that beautiful curve of the arch and the instep. And if you don't have that, it can kind of be a mental game of finding angles and lines that look like you have that, even though you don't. It's like yin and yang. You have an incredibly arched foot, which is aesthetically pleasing for ballet. You really need to make sure you have strength and the control.
Jumping, for me, is the most taxing, that constant loading through the foot. Although they're quite strong, they do require a lot of work. I like to start off with the intrinsic muscles. They're basically key for landing and takeoff. And whenever you're pointing your foot, you're using your intrinsics. If you haven't identified the key weaknesses throughout your foot, it's quite detrimental to the whole body, really.
When you're working on strengthening these muscles, it can feel like you're doing very little. But the concentration that is going into isolating one muscle and tell all the others to relax, it's like a tongue twister for your body. I'd say you'd spend at least an hour or two a week just focusing on feet. It doesn't sound like a lot, but imagine just an hour of staring and looking at your feet. Yeah, it takes time.
Now, I can spot another odd one out in the room here. Not a ballet dancer, Mason Wood, AFL footballer. Thank you for coming in and explaining to us exactly what you're doing with this exercise here.
Yeah, so I'm working on my foot intrinsics, like the rest of them, our toe strength. So I'd say like the ballet dancers, I've sort of discovered how much you can benefit from strengthening all your foot intrinsic and getting strong through each individual toe, which as a footballer we tend to use all our big muscles and our a lot of big movements, whereas these guys are so good at all the little finite things, which we've got to get better at.
And have you genuinely felt that doing something like strengthening up your toes, which just seems so small to me, that's really helped your performance?
Yeah, absolutely. So along with getting rid of all my shin splints that I had for 6 years, my top speed went from 31 to 33 in 3 weeks. So at this time of the year, I'm going, how much better can we get by doing this, 5-6 days a week? So yeah, that's what I'm doing at this time of the year. It's during the off season, so we've got time to do that kind of thing. But yeah, so it's all pretty exciting to see where we can get to.
Yeah, now the shin splints that you were talking about, that's the sort of injury that I feel a lot of people who don't dance or play professional sports can still really relate to. Yeah, you've been struggling for a really long time, and then by just taking on these small exercises, they went in how quickly?
Yeah, in 3 weeks. It was amazing. So Sue Mays, who's the head of, I think you guys met her before, it came into our football club to help a few of the other boys. And I sort of said, look, Sue, do you see this? And she's like, dancers, we see this all the time. Yeah. Hopefully we can fix it. Within 3 weeks it was gone. And then I'm like, whatever comes out of Sue's mouth, gospel, get me doing ballet or whatever it takes. Because I really obviously believe in what she can do, and she's amazing. So that's why I'm here today.
And so really taking on the philosophies that the Australian Ballet has worked to develop here has given you a better understanding of your body. Is that a safe thing to say? Yeah, absolutely. So I did a couple hamstrings at the end of last year, and they were in the lateral part of your hamstring, and Sue said, look, we don't do them because we're all in turnout, which is like your foot on the outer, which all ballet dancers do. So I was just like, do we need to do more stuff like that? So she's changed up my whole program, making sure that I'm hitting more of that lateral hamstring and a bit more glute stuff. So yeah, she's changed my whole program, and so far so good. We'll see what happens in season 2019. So if you could talk to any aspiring footballers, young footballers, or even go back in time and give yourself a bit of advice, what would you say now, knowing what you know? Oh, I'd say buck the trend. Everyone has the same sort of ideas of how to get better, but there's no one way to go about getting better. And if you're always striving to find the things, we're talking about 2-3% that can really help. But in my head, this is 5+. So once you find your thing that you think can help, stick to it and make sure you be diligent with it, because you can see results from things that you might think are so left field that end up being a part of your program. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for explaining all that to me. I'm going to spend a lot more time focusing on my toes now, which I wasn't expecting to come away with today. Now, of course, when most people think about the ballet, they just think about the dancers. But without music, there is no dancers. So right now we're going to go to a clip where David McAllister caught up earlier with the Australian Ballet's music director and chief conductor, Nicolette Frayon.
So Nicolette, here we are, almost towards the end of the year. Hard to believe that we're actually here. It's been a huge one, and you've been busy as in the music area.
The whole music department has been really action-packed. I mean, they all are, but this one, I think, starting the year with that tribute to Graham Murphy, which was so exciting to do, but such diverse repertoire.
I mean, there was so many different pieces, and all from such diverse musical sources. Too.
Great Australian repertoire, so it was wonderful to have strong Australian content in there, but also getting the bits of the music together and looking at the old videos, because a lot of it was Sydney Dance Company repertoire, and trying to work out what they did and how they did it. So that was quite forensic.
Yeah, it was like your own little detective.
It was, and it was sort of Murphy potpourri, but musical as well. It was great, but that kept us really busy in the first part of the year.
Mind you, Spartacus has been another forensic, almost 3-year odyssey.
Yeah, Spartacus has really been a detective exercise around the world, because it turned out there were all these different versions of the score, and the one that Lucas decided he most wanted to use and I endorse, we had a score for in the music library, but it turned out there were no orchestral parts to match this score anywhere in the world. So we've ended up with Boozy and Hawkes's permission, recreating orchestral parts, which will then become another published version that anyone in the world can use. So it's great actually for world music that will have parts, but we've had to do all of that work. And in the old scores that we have, which were fabulous, but there are lots and lots of mistakes too. So really right up until opening night, we were changing, fixing, that doesn't look very consistent. So that's been that was a real odyssey, appropriate to the epic production of
exactly. The drama not only happened on stage, but off stage as well.
It felt pretty epic for us, in the true sense of the word, as a music department getting to opening night.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to next year too. Lots to look forward to.
Yeah, some great new repertoire for next year. I've never done Sylvia. For example, and yet I have done bits of it because there's great music, but not as a ballet. So I'm really looking forward to that.
And of course our brand new commission.
I know, Chris Gordon. Really exciting, and I did get listen to the first bits of it the other day. It's such great music, really exciting. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That was David McAllister talking with Nicolette Freyon. Now, last week, Caulfield dancer Alice Topp was appointed the Australian Ballet's newest resident choreographer. Now, before we head off to rehearsal, let's hear from Alice about her latest work, Aurum. Jared caught up with her earlier.
Hey Al, so we're going to be seeing Aurum in a second. So what can you tell us about this piece?
So Aurum was inspired by kintsugi, and kintsugi is the Japanese art of repairing broken or damaged ceramics with gold or metallic lacquer. And the philosophy behind it is by repairing it with this gold lacquer, it actually illuminates the fractures rather than disguises it. So for me, I wanted to create a piece that brought that to life on the human body and sort of learned to look at our imperfections with a sense of transformation. So that's the idea behind the piece.
I've had a lot of fun being in this piece. I think also it works really well because it's a contemporary piece, so there's not that strict, rigorous balletic approach that you need to be precise. You can have a bit of fun in these kind of situations.
Yeah, I think people do their best work when they're, themselves, and I think I'd try and encourage and invite people to bring, their whole personalities into the studio. And I think that permeates the work. I think that goes into the fabric of the work. And for me, it's when you have your most fun. You spend 5 weeks in the studio and the piece might be 20 minutes, but the shows are like that. But the rehearsal process, for me, that is 5 weeks spending time with my favourite people, and you get to know people better. You get to develop a language of movement with them, and it becomes something that you create together. You own it together. I don't feel like I ever say, this is what it is, do that. It's more of an exchange, yeah?
Yeah, totally. And you just touched on the dances you use. How do you go about picking the ones you want? Is it you like how they move, or is it like their personality? How'd you pick me? Loaded question.
Well, look, I definitely think people with a strong sort of dynamic and musicality and sense of self. I like individuals. Yep. I like people with a unique artistic voice. It's a fluid process for me. I like sort of to think that I'm creating work that's bespoke. It's created on the individual. So I think casting is actually a really big thing because they've got to be able to put up with me for a long time and be very patient.
Yeah, that's really hard.
But, you know, I do respond, and the work is informed by your attitudes and your ideas and your creativity, and it's very much a collaboration. Yeah. So you have a little bit more. Yeah, great. Try that once
So
more.
Jared, can you tell us what we're seeing now?
All right, so this is the second movement in Alice's piece Aurum. It's a pas de deux between Adam Bull and Coco Matheson. It's a really heartfelt spot. It's a really quiet scene. There's not much going on. It's just literally those two on stage, low mood light. The ground is slowly breaking around them. Done actually exceptionally well with just light tricks, and it's just like fractures appearing, and they're just trying to hold on to something. It's quite a conceptual piece, so I guess you can draw whatever you want out of the pas de deux. That's what I see every time. It kind of just something's falling apart, and they're trying to hold on to something.
Maybe keep it that way to begin with, and then at the end, just before he pulls you in. There you go. Yeah. I like seeing how far forward you can go, so it's a real pull, yeah? Should we do a little bit with music? Yeah? Yeah, nice. Great. Okay, awesome. Can we stop for a second, Brian? Sorry. Can I just see this pull out here? I feel like we can still get a little bit more head on chest before you slide back. I felt like you weren't as far forward as you are normally there. Yeah, stick your hips out. There we go. Great. Is there a way that you can have, didn't you used to have your head here, or is it not as far back?
I don't think so.
Maybe
It
from
went in
here,
and
can
then-
it come in a little bit more sort of vulnerable there and then open up? I feel like we're out here and we're just doing a little bit, but if it can kind of jellyfish a bit more in. Yeah, there you go, yeah. That was nice what you did, Ad, with that. Yeah? Yeah. Show me that with the slide, just once. Better, how did that feel, yeah? Yeah, great. Can we take it from here roughly? Roughly a few counts before then, is that okay, Bri? There we go. Woo, nice. Yeah, great. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, good, yeah. Beautiful. That was gorgeous. Just one quick thing and I'll move on. You guys are just stunning. This here, I love that at the end, this one here. Can we get a little bit? You mean the push one? Yeah, a little bit.
Something and now
I feel like this one is so lovely.
Something kind of.
Yeah, didn't you come in and you hit the shoulder or something and that pop?
A melting.
It was like the way it started. I feel like I'm not.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm not.
I think I'm gonna find it close. Maybe if I'm a bit further away.
I missed that. Yeah, I think you're going forward too early. I think, yeah, there you go. So we see that.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
I think if you go back, because then wasn't the forward.
Yeah. Because it's nice when you get that cross. Yeah. But also, if make it jump. I think because if it's here from the front, we miss that, but we see that.
Yeah, I got my getting started.
I think, yeah, wait.
Wait a sec, and then I'll trace that.
I think you can even wait longer. Yeah, because I think if your head's forward and you feel him, even longer, I reckon he can do, there you go now, yeah. Because it's here rather than going, I think let him do that for you. Proper bed hair. Better. Yeah, you know what it is? I think you're doing like a little body roll forward. So from here, you're going that way rather than, I think if you're here, you just need to go back.
Yeah, I think you're doing a bit too much. Loosen that. And then just, there. Yeah. But you can still go back a little bit further. So that was exactly right here, but it can go to there. It was just more than going forward. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. You get a feeling for something.
Yeah.
You try too much of something.
Because that works really well. Then just the forward, so you have this cross that way, over that way. Great. There we go. Beautiful. Guys, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. Should we tag team? Get in. Run and jump. Over there. Give this a whirl, yeah? Chokers. Yes. Great, and keep going. Show me this from yesterday. Up, yeah, Yeah, that's good, that's good. Yeah, keep going. great, great. Almost it. Does it feel weird turning your head up now because it's like, no? I think you can do what you did is come up that way and just turn it almost as she pushes down. So you can come up on the side like you did and then just to come down. I reckon if we can get a rather than up and da-da-da, so it can be less pause. Yeah. Just try this. Over and down. Yeah, there. Yeah. Can you do that? Is she able to do that and anchor? Can you do that a bit more rather than so you're solid so he can swing around?
I think at the moment I'm not sure where the ideal place for him is to put that foot. So there. If I anchor like just in line with your head.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I stop you there for a second? Sure. We're going to keep World Ballet going. It's got to go. Sorry, a bit harsh. Before I start this official interview, I just want to acknowledge Alice Topp's outfit. Can we just chuck the camera onto her? Check out these shoes. This is how the newest resident choreographer of the Australian Ballet dresses. Royal Tenenbaums, eat your heart out.
Little
Come in, guys.
soft point.
Come on over.
My fish flops. Yep.
Now, this is an amazing production. I've enjoyed watching that part that you two, Ad and Coco, do together every night backstage. It's such a heartfelt thing. And I was talking to Tegan before about, not necessarily about what it actually is about, but what I interpret it as. Can you guys tell me what it's supposed to, what you guys feel, what you feel when you're on stage, what it's supposed to be?
I think with any sort of abstract work, there's a framework of an idea, and Alice has worked with the idea of Japanese artwork called kintsugi, which means mending fractures within art with gold. And I think this pas de deux represents sort of almost that fracture within a relationship. It's sort of that splitting and coming apart. And I think there's no literal translation. You know, it's how people interpret it, but people feel emotion from that, and I think it comes really from deep within, and it's actually a really beautiful part to perform, and every performance is always a little bit different. I'm not sure you feel like we've sort of push and pull, and it's always it's always changing. Yeah, totally.
And touching on the whole gold concept with kintsugi. From the third act, the floor gets revealed and it's this stunning, amazing, reflective gold target, which is, being in the piece, it's really quite difficult and challenging to dance on, considering that you want the dancers to be in socks, which is just completely out of our normal realms of ballet dancing. No, it's amazing. It felt really good. It made. So then the next question to you guys is, because the very next par, Coco, you've just come from proper target to the slipperiest floor in existence for dancers. How did you two go about doing that next par straight up? You know, the floor is retracting and that gold is coming out. How was that for you guys?
Do you want to take the floor?
The gold floor? I think when we first saw the gold floor, we were like, what? It was kind of a bit freaky, but I actually found that with the socks, your feet get a bit sweaty while you're dancing on the normal taquet, and then at that point, I'm quite tired and a little bit sweaty and kind of everything. So it actually doesn't really cross my mind when we're performing on it at the time. When we first got on it, the first couple of times we got on it, we were a few alterations had to be made as to how much we were sliding, because if you slide too much, you're off the stage. But other than that, I found I didn't really notice it by the end. Once we made the changes, it was kind of really for that.
How about lifting at the same time? You're trying to deal with partnering at the same time.
And same thing. I think the first couple of times it's just working it out. I think maybe the first dress rehearsal, the first take rehearsal, there's a few spills, but then it just, each time you do it, you kind of just work out, where your foot needs to be, what grip you need. So it was basically just getting used to it, a new surrounding.
Amazing. Well, sorry I interrupted, guys. Please continue. Thanks for that. We'll catch you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
we're the Wiggles.
And we'd like to wish everyone a very happy World Ballet Day. We've been practicing our fouettes, our pose turns, and especially our pirouettes.
Yeah, I've been practicing my pirouette, and guess what, everybody? I'm going for the world record. Watch this.
You can do it, Anto. Good luck, mate.
Shookers, Hoss.
You can do it.
Shookers.
Shookers,
Wait.
the longest pirouette.
Look at that. Guys, come and watch me do it. Oh, I'm over here.
I'm here in the Lisa Bolte Dancers Lounge with artistic director David McAllister and also two up-and-coming choreographers. You've just run down here, Jill O'Guy, thank you for making it down, and Ella Havelka. Now, first I just want to ask a quick question for David. David, generally choreography has been really in the men's domain, but there's some changes happening here at the Australian Ballet, aren't there?
Look, I think in the world, especially in ballet, it's often been male choreographers, only because I think my theory is that the women work so hard in ballet that they never really have that much time to be creative, apart from what they do themselves. But I think all around the world there's been a real interest in developing and nurturing female choreographers, and that's what we're trying to be a part of.
Amazing. Well, Ella, do you think now that you've stepped in and you can now add that choreography feather to your cap, has it changed the way you dance?
I guess it has in a sense. It's definitely changed the way I approach rehearsals because now that I've stepped onto the other side, I can see how important it is to really listen to what someone is trying to tell you because I can see how you're trying to get something across to a dancer, and language is all that we really have, or I guess when you are a dancer, you rely so much on that feedback. So I guess it's definitely changed the way I am in rehearsals and in class.
Now, we just saw a little bit of Alice Topp's new work there, Aurum, where in the rehearsal she really seemed to be working with the dancers and the shapes that their bodies could create. Some other choreographers approach dance just as a means to tell a story. Jill, what sort of approach do you have?
Oh, well, I mean, Body Talk was my very first experience with choreography, and so I approached it a little bit more like very much connected to myself and a single expression, so I just took bravery and that concept with it. And I actually choreographed a lot on myself and then I guess showed that to the dancers. And I think I'll change that next time. I think I'll take a more Alice Topp approach. I think we're just so used to dance being our way of communication and expression. But being with Alice, she uses a lot more words and textures and emotions, and she has an amazing vocabulary that she uses to get the most out of her dancers, and I would really like to explore more of that, so that I use my vision and see the dancers more than try and recreate something that was originally done on myself.
You mentioned Body Talk. What was Body Talk?
Body Talk is basically sort of like a workshop for up-and-coming choreographers to try their hand at becoming choreographers and using other dancers in the company, so working with our own peers to create a small, intimate working environment and performances. We had 4 performances at the start of the year of our works that we all did.
And you only used female dancers, is that correct?
Yeah, we both did.
We both did.
What was your inspiration there? Boys smell? I mean, was that what happened there?
I think once again it felt a bit safer.
Yeah, for a first one, it was safer. Because I feel like my movement vocabulary is very feminine, and I think you're the same, Jill, aren't you? You feel like it suited your body, so putting that onto other bodies, you wanted it to come across a certain way, and I think both of us were a bit afraid to work with male dancers to start with, but we're definitely going to try in the future.
I think I don't regret it, of course, but it's definitely something that women aren't used to, the feeling of partnering and things. And I did have a few moments within my piece where the girls sort of danced with each other and around each other. But I think to have a male to help drive the possibilities, and then maybe to flip that, but to actually learn all the smaller concepts of partnering from a male will be really interesting, something that I look forward to working on next year.
Well, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing more of your work in the future, and you must be incredibly proud of all the amazing artists that just keep coming out of the Australian Ballet Company.
Well, I think it's been really interesting. The Body Talk program's been going for about 16 years now, and the very first one we did was actually all female choreographers with all male dancers. So we've always tried to have that element of the female creativity as well, because the boys will always put their hand up to have a go, and sometimes the women are a little less, they like to know that they're going to do something that they've crafted and thought about, whereas the guys will just do anything and give it a go. So I think it's great to have role models like Alice in the company, and yeah, I'm thrilled that both Ella and Jill are taking on the mantle. I think we've got some other women who are really interested too now. So
amazing. Well, from hearing about all the wonderful work that the women are doing here at the Australian Ballet, a show that really put the men up in front. Unfortunately, we only have time for one more rehearsal today. It is the Spartacus rehearsal, and I'm so excited for you all to see it. But in the meantime, as we get ready for that, here's something else to whet your appetite.
And as you've seen in that short clip, Spartacus is a very powerful ballet that requires a lot of energy, especially from the male dancers. And that's why I've got you here right now in the gym where we work on that energy and just to get massive. Come on in. Over here, I'd like to introduce you to Sarkis Michaelis. He's our strength and conditioning coach. Sarkis, thanks for joining us today on World Ballet Day.
Thanks, Jared.
I want to ask you a couple of questions specifically around what your job is and how you helped us out for Spartacus in particular.
Yep.
So normally for a ballet dancer, we have to be strong and for the ballets that we do, but this particular production, we required a different kind of workout. What was that for us?
Basically, we had to change up what we were doing for you guys to create this Spartacus body that Lucas Jovis, the choreographer of the piece, requested. It was 6 weeks of hard work.
Hell.
Yes, hell for some, pleasure for others. But it was actually really interesting to see how you guys responded to the hard work that we put into it. I would have thought it would take a lot longer to create muscle on you boys, but actually it took a lot less time than I thought, which was great to see. So it took 6 weeks to start off with the hypertrophy program, then go into a strength program, then putting in a program that's more of a cardio-based kind of endurance program to get you boys cut up for the roles ahead of Spartacus.
And another thing that we had to do whilst we were training to become Spartacus was, naturally with ballet, we burn off a lot of energy, so we have to constantly feed our body to just meet the demands of ballet itself. But the problem with that with our training program was for us to gain muscle mass and size to look the part is that we had to eat a ton more.
Yeah, absolutely, you did. I mean, the calorie intake for, I think, an elite athlete is like 2.5 grams of protein per kilogram you weigh. You guys would have had to exceeded that to be able to maintain that body shape that you're all trying really hard to get. And I'm sure, as you can see now, not training as much, probably not eating as much, you're probably losing a little bit more of that body shape that we've worked so hard to get, but
it's all gone.
It's all gone. Well, not completely gone. It's still there. I mean, if you work hard at it and eat more again, you'll get back to where it was, but that's not the point. The point now is that Spartacus season's over. You're going over to China. You're doing, Giselle, Sleeping Beauty. What else is coming up over there? That's it. So we're trying to create that ballet body again. So now it's calorie reduction. It's doing more cardio-based exercises, getting that body to work as it should as a ballet dancer at its elite form.
So I just want to quickly, so just Kevin Jackson, our Spartacus, Pin-Up Boy, is out there just working on the guns again. So with the two particular, give us a good example of a typical strengthening exercise as opposed to a muscle gaining exercise.
A typical strengthening exercise would be something along the lines of what Kev's doing. So at the moment, he's not doing something that's strengthening, he's doing something that's more cardio-based, but the exercise is typically the same. So he would probably add on another 25 to 30 kilos on each side of that bar for him to create strength. So we would be doing 4 sets of 6 to create that strength and maintain that muscle size. During a normal season, we would reduce that down to, say, 10 kilos on each side and getting up to 2 sets of 25 to 30, so it's more endurance-based.
Yeah, a lot of fun to some. Thank you so much for your time, Sarkis. All right, okay, now it's time to go behind the scenes at another dance company within our region, the National Ballet of Japan.
My name is Noriko Hara, Artistic Director of the National Ballet of Japan. Many thanks to David McAllister of Australian Ballet for extending an opportunity to showcase our company. The National Ballet of Japan and Australian Ballet have been collaborating on a joint production of Christopher Wheeldon's Alice's Adventure in Wonderland. The production has been a huge success already in Australia and will be premiered in Japan this November.
The National Ballet of Japan is the sole national ballet company in Japan attached to a theater. The National Ballet of Japan was established at the same time the new National Theatre Tokyo was inaugurated in 1997 as the hub of contemporary performing arts. The new National Theatre Tokyo consists of 3 theaters where ballet, dance, opera, and drama are performed. The broad repertoire of the National Ballet of Japan includes classics such as Swan Lake, masterpieces of the 20th century choreographed by Frederick Ashton, George Balanchine, Kenneth Macmillan, Roland Petit, and also pieces by contemporary choreographers. Moreover, the company is forming its own unique repertoire by commissioning choreographers from around the world to create original ballets for the National Ballet of Japan.
まず一つは団結力の強さだと思います。芸術監督や
At the National Ballet of Japan, the artistic director, dancers, ballet staff, and technical staff all work together with a strong sense of professionalism to put together a production. I pay the utmost attention to my physical structure, my movement, my understanding of the piece, and the role I dance. I try to absorb as much as I can from more experienced dancers and dance with all my body and soul. Bringing excitement to as many audience members as I can gives me great joy.
新国立劇場バレエ団のいいところは、ダンサーたちがとても真
The
面
real
目である。
strength of the National Ballet of Japan is the absolute dedication of its dancers. We have more young dancers now, and they are truly committed right from the early stages of rehearsals. Because the company has only been going for 20 years, I believe we have the potential to create history and shape its future. The company aims not so much for animal power, but for the delicacy, precision, and purity that are characteristic of the Japanese. I try to enrich my imagination, since this is essential to grow as a dancer. I try to let my imagination run free so that the audience can visualize a world that is not really there to express conversations without words. I want my heart to be like a child so that I can absorb and express different things.
Ballet was introduced to Japan about 100 years ago, and it soon won the hearts of the Japanese people. The number of ballet devotees increases every year. Ballet in Japan is now a mix of East and West. Compare this with the kimono, considered to be the paradigm of Japanese aesthetic. Kimonos have been loved throughout the years, and Japanese traditional patterns have always drawn international attention. Recently, a Japanese designer adopted the Yuzan patterns of kimono in Western-style dresses and tuxedos at the Paris Fashion Week, another example of a fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics.
よく舞台を見に来てくださったお客様から言われることが、コールドバレエが美しかった。群舞が
The corps de ballet of the National Ballet of Japan is often praised for its beautiful forms. The style that can be created by such things as the delicacy and precision of the angle of the hands and neck is amazing. It makes the soloists and main characters wish to harmonize with that beauty in their dance. The building of the new National Theatre Tokyo is exquisite. The view of the stage from the seats is wonderful. Several elements such as stone, wood, and water are strategically included in the exterior of the building, allowing natural light into the lobby. The theater has an immaculate, peaceful atmosphere. I used to feel depressed when I could not do something, but I realized that by becoming aware of the things I could not do, there was the possibility of change. I hope that attitude, to try to overcome difficulties, can be seen in my work. The soloists of the National Ballet of Japan, and especially the beautiful corps de ballet, have earned high praise overseas and have attracted international interest. David Bentley, former artistic director of ballet and dance, choreographed full-length ballets Aladdin and The Prince of the Pagodas, set in the East, for the National Ballet of Japan. Company members Ayako Ono and Yudai Fukuoka participated as guest dancers at the Birmingham Royal Ballet performances, earning favorable reviews. The company entered a new era with the appointment of Noriko Ohara as artistic director in 2014. Her first production was a new version of The Sleeping Beauty. The company's forte, classical ballet, and dramatic pieces are now being performed at an even higher standard to positive reviews. The 2018-2019 season opening will be marked by Christopher Wheeldon's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, a co-production with the Australian Ballet. The National Ballet of Japan will be the first ballet company in Asia to perform this piece.
I think we've all been very impressed so far. The dancers are very quick to pick up all of the choreography.
I think the musicians as well have been wonderful. The pianist, the staff have been very good in helping with putting this ballet together. The dancers have been really energetic and ready to learn.
I completely agree with everything you're saying. I think the dancers here are extremely quick at learning the steps and the choreography and assimilating the style. There's actually some great characters you can see already working through the ballet, and I think they'll have a lovely Alice, a very nice version of Alice will come through from this lovely performers we have here.
I think every company that we've worked with so far has brought something slightly different, their own interpretation of Alice. But I think here we're going to get a very precise rendition of the choreography and some beautiful technique. Yeah, I think they're going to do a fantastic show.
There's definitely a difference in quality and precision, articulation that I think that the National Ballet of Japan will really bring to this Alice in a very strong and exciting way.
劇場付きのバレエ団であるっていうことがすごく僕はいいと思います。
Since the National Ballet of Japan is attached to the new National Theatre Tokyo, we are very fortunate as dancers in Japan to be able to both rehearse and perform here. I love the facilities of the theater. When I first set foot in the theater, before I became a member of the company, I had a magical feeling of being transported from the outside world into something extraordinary. To grow as a dancer, I take good care of my physical and mental condition so that I can stay positive and maintain my focus.
よく言われるのはすごい協調性があってチームワークがすごい強いバレエ団なので
The National Ballet of Japan is known for its harmonious teamwork. The utmost concentration and hard work of all of the dancers goes into every performance. The company celebrated its 20th anniversary last year. It is a young company with a short history, but it continues to grow. I always try to stay alert and inquisitive in order to grow as a dancer. We dancers aim to always give an impeccable performance. I hope our efforts will thrill the audience and give great pleasure.
I hope you enjoy World Ballet Day 2018.
It's World Ballet Day here at the Australian Ballet in Melbourne. And this is one of the bits that I've been looking forward to all day. Jared, can you please tell everyone at home what we're looking at right now?
This is our brand new Spartacus, created by Lucas Jervis, and this is in the first act where Kevin, who's playing Spartacus, is in the depths of despair. He's in the middle of the training camp, training to become a gladiator, and he's just remembering his love of Flavia, and this is kind of just, she's not really here once again. There's another vision part of her, so he's just really upset, and he's just remembering the beauty of her, and it's kind of pushing him along. Here, this is Lucas Jervis right now.
And no ends, because you're a vision, okay, so you're coming in and out of his sights and mind. So after you take his arms open and you present this way, how does this next port de bras sneak in without it going too accented, and it just falls, yeah, boom. And then even that moment, Rob, from there, if that extends, and then that's what pulls you into the form. And then exactly, and now the same idea, you keep going, boom, boom, and then into this, yeah. And then the same thing also for the promenade. I think we get there a bit too soon. I think as you embrace, the développé can be stretched out over that entire time. So it reaches its climax, and then you take the foot and then it spins into the next moment. Let's go from the top again. From the top, please, Stu. Keep reaching, yeah, good. Now reach here, reach. Never stop moving. And boom. And keep growing, 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 growing. Nice. Beautiful. Good.
Now, Jared, you'd be one of the best people to talk about exactly what's happening here, because you are also Spartacus. Tell me what this scene is about.
Yeah, so as I said before, this is, he's just in the depths of despair. He's just missing Flavia and everything, you know, the freedom before him, because at the beginning of this ballet, they get brought to Rome as slaves from Thrace, and they just get separated from the get-go, sold at the auctions, and he's been forced into gladiators. She's a slave to the Roman Emperor Crassus, and so he's just at his wit's end, and the memories of Flavia keep him going. It's that kind of that back of the mind, you know, like you can either just give in, die, or just fight. And there's these moments in this ballet in the first act kind of really set that up.
And massive runs, boom, bah, and now reach. Wow. Ooh, good. And the vision becomes a nightmare. Right idea, I guess we just have to pull it back a little bit so that it's a bit more secure. And ba, 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 da. Yeah, nice, good. And the same thing for you there, Rob. The second it closes in, it doesn't stop, it just keeps reaching, and then that initiates that port de bras. Second observation, I wondered if in that mini press, you're looking down at Kev the whole time. Is there a chance that the eyes go up just at the last moment. I'm not sure because you're so forward, but just have a look at that. Quiet. Yeah, nice. Yeah, your instinct was good, actually, which was way better than mine. Yes, the second you go up, it's a Kev, and then just keep that idea of not stopping, and then come back to Kev as you're coming down, which is a beautiful pathway. And then you go a little deeper into the brushing, I think, so that he feels you like up his whole back. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, very sensuous. Nice. Ah. Good. Form. Yeah. Touch all of her skin. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful, great. Beautiful, guys. Okay, rest. Where can we pick this up from? Yeah, from crucifix, please. Okay. And.
This production was so well received opening night. Australia doesn't generally do standing ovations in ballets. It's not really like the scene. But I can't tell you like how many people were up on their feet when they saw Kev and Robin do this production. It was just a really, really, really strong moment for the Australian ballet's history.
You were talking about the heartbreak in this scene. For you as a performer, I know that this is a really arduous ballet. It's really heartbreaking at times. Do you have to then spend some time afterwards coming down from that raw emotion?
Oh, totally. You put so much emotional turmoil into this production. You finish at the end up on the plinth, crucified, and you just at your wits' end. And every production, every time I was doing the show, I was just bawling my eyes out. Not even acting. It was just like this rush of emotion, and so it really did take a while. Like it was kind of. I came off stage like just stunned and like this is just drained of energy, emotional, physical, and you just, God, what the hell just happened? So you have to just it takes a good 20, 30 minutes before you kind of come back to normal. Like I guess your mood picks up again. Like it's such a sad ballet. It's so sad. Everything's just bad. It never goes well for him.
Very good. Very good. I wondered then, the reaches, the embraces were great. It's almost like the last one, almost like as he grabs you, I think you almost need to kind of contract a little bit and then kind of reach out of that. So it's the same action and intention as the others, like squeeze, and you actually can squeeze her and remember what that feels like.
What was it like working with Lucas?
Squeeze. Yeah.
A lot of fun. He's a really funny guy, but it's great. Some people can be really, really strict and stern in rehearsals, but he has such a laugh that you want to work for him. He's got a really, really, really good balance. He is inspirational. Like the way he works, you'll notice a lot of movement comes from port de bras. He'll find these really organic arm movements and then that stems into full body choreography. Here we go right now.
Just exactly what we're seeing here, yeah.
Yeah, so that's called that's the playful part of the pas de deux that we do. It's for us that moment is it's a memory, so it's like remember the happy times.
Nice. Great. And the same one here, as you promenade around into the press, it's almost like that our arm that's not active is almost like brushing him across the back of the neck as it goes around. Yeah, great, nice. So you constantly kind of, it's heartbreaking for him. He feels you everywhere, but he can't actually grab you. Yeah, beautiful, guys, good.
Chat time.
I think we're having a chat.
Over here, guys. We're going to kidnap you again. As always, out of breath straight after a rehearsal. Kevin, Robin, Lucas, thank you so much. Now, Lucas, this first question is for you. You brought this show, Spartacus, to David McAllister. What was it about the show that you'd connected with so much that you were like, we have to do it?
Well, there's so many...
Hang on, sorry, you've got a mic. I keep doing this.
There's so many things about the show that, made me want to do it. The music, first of all, is fabulous. It's very accessible.
Yep.
It's fun. It's dramatic. It's romantic. But what I find most interesting about it is it was written under the old Soviet regime, and so Cecchetti, the composer, was blacklisted for being too provocative and too experimental, until he wrote Spartacus, and then the regime welcomed him back with open arms, and they saw Spartacus as Lenin or Stalin, and Crassus, the bad guy, as the imperialist Russians. But actually what I think he was saying is that Spartacus is the oppressed artist, and Crassus represents Stalin. So I think that's a really interesting political perspective on it. And the fact that a ballet can be political and can talk about the times, because there's still totalitarian regimes today all across the world. I thought that was really interesting and important, that a ballet company work in that space.
Yeah.
Throwing a question to the dancers, Kevin, Bob, Rob. You're both dancing the roles that are loosely based off, historical figures. Did you do much research in kind of developing said characters, or did you kind of just feel it amongst yourselves?
There we go.
I definitely spoke to Lucas about his inspiration for the character, and then did a bit of reading and research for film and things like that. But then you have to sort of let that go in a creative process and come in and make your own pathway for the character and what you wanted out of Spartacus for us.
It was a real dialogue between us all, between the ballet staff, myself, and the dancers, and the dramaturg, and the fight director, and the designer. It was a real collaborative
Massive
process.
collaboration.
Yeah, as you know, yeah.
Now this question is for Kevin. In most ballets, traditionally, the male character is a bit two-dimensional. What was it like for you to finally get to take on such a rich role like Spartacus?
Oh, I mean, it's a huge privilege and honour to have a ballet created on you with other people, of course. But the role of Spartacus is such a strong character, and it was just really inspiring to research and find out who he was and make our own Spartacus. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I can see that everybody's ready behind us, and I won't hold you up anymore. Let's move on with the next bit of the Spartacus rehearsal.
Okay, thanks, guys. So I think we're doing everyone's here for flags, but I think we're doing the fights. Oh no, we're going to have everyone, right? Yeah. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. So, lovely to see you. Okay, so we're going to do the Spartacus and Hermes fight, please. Shall we take it from the selection? Actually, yeah.
We don't have gladiators, but we can do the selection if you would like.
Yeah, let's set it up. Let's set it up. Mr. Message / Batiatus. So let's imagine that we have high arena walls and that you're looking down into the space, please, darlings. And we've got a massive staircase up the back full of our nobles. Great. That's all right. Make sure it's clear. Should we do section by section, perhaps? Yeah, we don't need to run the whole thing. We'll go from the selection and then see how we go. Okay. So from the drum roll, yeah. Thank you.
This ain't ballet, is it? what's going on, it was a very massive part for this production. We had a fight coordinator come in. His name's Nigel Poulton. He's a well-renowned fight artist, and he's made, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean movies, Jason Bourne movies, a whole lot of stage, a whole lot of other productions. And so he came in for this production, and Lucas was adamant. He's like, we need these fights to be real and brutal. So as you can see, there's a bit of a dance move in there, but for the most part, it's just flat out brawl. And so it was a lot of fun trying to learn how to throw punches, how to have the right look, because they're holding themselves as boxers and wrestlers instead of ballet dancers. So, you know, it's a whole different syllabus to learn. So that was great to dig your teeth into.
Good. Yeah, right. So that's the discrepancy. Like when Kev steps forward, is that when your arm comes off, or do you? How do you release from that? I'm not sure. Great. Then I think you need to react quicker to that. Yeah, because it looks a little hairy. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Form. And then release. Yes, yeah. Let his body weight coming around break that grip. Okay, good. I still think, Kev, in the beginning, because we're in a massive theatre, I feel like you need to just show your vulnerability a little bit, like your weakness. I'm not going to fight you. I feel like that gesture needs to just lift a little bit so we really get that. Okay, good. Shall we move on? Let's maybe go from Superman into Superman. Can we just go into Superman on that music change? This is leading into it, guys. What you want? Good. Great. Thanks, Stu. Good. Very nice, guys. Very good. Good, everyone. Good. Still the dance break. There's that moment you come around downstage and your focus is so down. It's hard because they're behind you there.
I think that's what I'm struggling with. It's a lot for me to travel. A lot of my steps go this way.
We're trying to get in the light.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. All I want is the eyes to come up. Yeah. So that you're really screaming at the crowd, like, is this what you want? Yeah, what do you. So there's that constant kind of dialogue going on. Otherwise, it suddenly becomes about choreography, and then as a viewer, I kind of disengage there. Can I just see that? Even just mark it first, and just to feel how it is with the eyes searching above. And now immediately up to the arena. Look out. Good. Look. Yes, better. Good. Bah. Yeah, good. Shum. So that one, Jake, I think, because just rest for a second. Here on that échappé, boom. You go upstage, and so I lose it there. You could even like step back and look around over this shoulder, so I'm really understanding where you're looking. Boom. But yes, even more. Even more, like look back, see them, and then drive around. Yeah, good. Look back. Yes. Yeah. Good. Okay, good. Let's keep going from the Flavia vision, please. Thanks.
So this is the turning point right now. Up to this point, Spartacus has just been like, I don't care, let me die, you know, I don't want to fight you. But then at that moment, he remembered Flavia and he's decided, no, you know what, I'm going to live. And if I'm going to live, that means you have to die.
But just so that the people at home can understand the importance of this fight, this isn't him fighting an enemy, this is him fighting one of his closest friends.
This is his best friend, yeah, they were captured together. So this is really, really traumatizing.
They are really going for it.
Actually, I want to ask you a question because I know you used to be a bit of a boxer.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? What's your take on it?
Oh man, I wouldn't take them on.
Neither. I'm glad it's the same as him instead of against Kevin.
Good. Okay, good. Good. Very good. Nice. Good. Good. Very good. That's good. That's good. I still think you should be mic'd in the show so that we pick up all of those sounds. I think that would be great. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic.
All right. Now I know
Thanks.
that we're running out of time today, so you guys have got to jog over really quickly. Jake, Kevin, can we chat to you again? This is the most puffed out of all the puffed outs that we've had so far today. Go on, Jared. Go with your question.
All right, I'll throw on to Manga so you have a breather. Yeah, doing this with Nigel, one of the leading fight directors. What did Nigel teach you that was different from Lucas as a role as a choreographer? Like, different approach?
Just overall, I mean, learning a martial art like Krav Maga is amazing, but also learning the skills that they would use in theatre and on film is incredible to have as a skill set. I suppose Nigel bringing that into the choreography meant that Lucas could use something more rather than just from a dance kind of background. It gave it that kind of flavour.
And he was this really unassuming guy. Like, he had a nice big bushy beard, but he seemed like a big teddy bear until he had his arms like resting on his stomach, and all of a sudden, the moment he cocked them out, he knew something was about to go down. It scared me every single time he came at me. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was definitely intimidating because you couldn't see what's coming next, but yeah, he was awesome.
I'll just ask you one more question before I let you get back to it. You guys really, there's no holding back there. So have there been any close calls or I guess missed calls on stage?
Oh, you go.
Go on.
Yeah, just one. It was only one, but on opening night, so he goes to do this kind of kick to my face,
yeah.
And I could just feel his foot. I had a bit of hair on me, but I could feel his foot just brushing against the hairs of my face. It's like, whoa, that's okay, you know.
All right, well, I'm thrilled that nobody's been kicked in the face yet during Spartacus. Hug it out. Well, let's get ready and into the last rehearsal for the day.
Okay.
Standing by,
all right,
please,
guys.
ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Let's take it from the top of the march, please.
And we just have enough time. We'll go through it and then we
Okay,
then
great.
say goodbye. I
All
don't
right.
think we've got a chance to stop.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a big step up stage, please.
Yeah, let's spread out, guys.
Where did we start yesterday? Here.
Great.
Sean, do you have enough room up the back there, darling? And do we have enough space in between?
Fabulous. Are all my nobles here? Yep. And my slaves? Yep. Wonderful.
We're one slave short, so
Okay.
Rena, you're going to be on the other side.
Okay,
Thank you,
great.
darling.
All right. Standing by, please. Hit it, Stu. Proud chests and faces. accents on that port de bras. Strong arms. Jump in, open. Send it right out to the back of the theatre. Just come forward a bit, Jill. Yep. Tension in the arms here. Good. And break. And pressure in the port de bras. And break. Stretch. Very good, ladies and gentlemen. Good. Where are your little children? Very good, very good. Lucy, in that first port de bras with the nobles, I still think you can accent the pauses a little more. Otherwise, it just gets a little too soft and fluid, and then we're stepping into these guys' territory. Yeah, just needs a little accent, a little full stop on each of those. Guys, nobles, this was beautiful. Very proud and grand. Make sure we close the elbows before it opens all the way. Form, ba, ba. Yeah, great. Nice. Ty, I had a little thought then. I wonder if the palms facing down is actually right there. Like he should be saying, I'm your leader, I'm here for you, even though he's complete. Yeah, into the jetés. I feel like it should be a bit more, I feel like it should be more generous and a little bit more traditional there. Like, I'm here for you. Form, yeah.
Kind of a little sarcastic.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a pig. We know. But the Manish was beautiful, and I like how you get into the accent, and there's all that sense of urgency that you guys have there into this. Like it's great. Yeah, it's fun. I keep playing with that. Good. You guys. Yeah, we lose. This one has just kind of become a port bras now, rather than like. This is the most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life. Like it's, your guts are being ripped out and then you're screaming to the world. Can I see that, please? And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, great. So if the pressure and the intention of that gesture disturbs your spine and pulls you off, fantastic. Go with that, okay? Even though we're all uniformed in our plea, it can be slightly independent in its interpretation. Okay, can I see that again? 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's do that with music, so because I'll throw you off. The 12s, please, Stu, and the slaves.
It's also how much rotation you want.
Yeah.
When you've come up and over the top, the next one here, Robbie, there. Robin does a lot.
I think the more expanded, I think go as far as you possibly can, because you're screaming to people in front and behind, help me, get me out of here. Yeah, so it should be the biggest scream that you've ever done. Okay. And all the way back. Draw! Break! Rest. Good. Rest. Fantastic. Yeah, I want to feel the strain that they're under. Careful with that port bras, it gets a little sunbaking. Yeah, rather than being hands tied behind and like, it's like a guard is grabbing you and kind of forcing you into, yeah. Otherwise it just gets a bit cash. Okay, good. Yeah, is this a break or how long have we got?
5 more minutes.
Is this a break or a slide?
It's a sliding break. Sorry.
Exactly my question. Yeah.
It's not a snap apart like it was before.
Yeah.
It's a slide break, isn't it?
I wonder if we should be a little clearer with our intention there. Yeah. So Kev's adding pressure, and it's the pressure of that. Maybe it needs to keep going, boom, rather than yes, yeah. Imagine that the chains have suddenly been broken off, and that you can, step out of bed and yawn and stretch. How good that feels. Yeah, great.
So that makes a difference between the first one and this one?
Yeah, there's a progression then, I think, in the phrase, okay? Can we take it from the 12 again? So much better when you're thinking three-dimensionally, that's great. And let's go on into this next section, please. Thanks, Stu. Look back, Jake, when you take the arm back. Look back. Yes. Pressure, reach. Pressure, reach. Nice. Rest, thanks. Good. Thanks, Stu. Good. Good. Beautiful. That's so much better, guys. Yeah. Just think of going back there, darling. Yeah, great. I think, Rob, when you step under Kev's arm there, it's almost like keep the pressure there. So it's I see the struggle that you two are going through a little more. After the efface form, so we come. Yeah. So yeah, this. Yeah. Form, reach out, warm, yes, yeah. Good. Maybe you can stay in fonder a little longer so that I get that opposition as it comes around there. And beautiful, yes, nice, great. Wow. And then give him your back there. Great. Good. Very good. Nobles. Is there an issue with the sisson going into flags? Each time you do that, I feel like we're gonna lose a head, and I'm just no. Is that okay? Am I just imagining that?
I think
it's the second.
The second is a little bit more problematic because that's at the same time as they're doing the
So can we give you something there, or can we change the spacing there to help that, or?
I think we'll have to look at it in Sydney. In any case.
Right. But what's the actual rule? Are you behind the flag or are you in front of the flag, or there is no rule?
No, they're upstage of their dance. They're in between the flags, basically.
Yes,
front, forward, back. Yeah, and their leg goes a little bit devant. A little bit.
But does that create more So I think it needs to be flatter.
Have you been flattening it so as not to hit the... Okay.
Yeah, I think it needs to... Okay, all right. Yeah, I just been meaning to ask you that for a while, and I just wanted to check that no one's...
Yes.
Okay, great. I mean, an element of risk is fantastic, ladies and gentlemen, but as long as it's calculated. Okay, great. All right, thanks, everyone. Thank you. Good.
Well, that was just amazing. Seeing that rehearsal up close, honestly, it gives you absolutely shivers. It really does. If you missed out on seeing Spartacus here in Melbourne, don't worry. It opens again at the end of next month at the Australian Ballet's second home, the Sydney Opera House. And really, no matter where you are in Australia, even if you don't live in Sydney, fly there. It will absolutely be worth it, I really promise you. Now, before we wrap up today, I do have one more question. You can probably both answer this one. I think they've left the strangest one for last here.
Okay.
Shanice Chapman would like to know, how itchy are the tutus when they end up in your face?
Oh, it's like you do get chill rash. It's like pash rash, but from a tutu.
Really?
Yeah. Some of the guys,
So it's actually a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I remember like sit lifts, practicing sit lifts and taking the girl off your neck. You'd like the repetition to be like a cheese grater.
Yeah, especially the new tutus because they're so new and hard.
Wonderful. Well, all the insider things we've learned here today. Unfortunately, though, I'm on my very last page, which means that we have run out of time here at the Australian Ballet. It is time for us to hand over to the Bolshoi in Moscow. Now, if you have missed any of today's broadcast from the Australian Ballet, it's going up on Facebook and YouTube tomorrow. And it will stay up there for 30 days. So you're going to have plenty of time to catch up. And if you don't get to come to the Australian Ballet very often, that doesn't matter. You don't miss out because the Merry Widow is going to be at select cinemas.
Yes,
and that's happening.
Australia.
You can go to Cinema Live, that's the A.com for all the information there. Jared, thank you so much for taking me on this incredible journey.
No, you're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so nice to have a bit of an insight into our company and the day-to-day life, and we've loved having you here. It's been so much fun. I think the favourite part was our Giselle acting.
Oh, definitely. Our Giselle acting was top. David, thank you so much.
I'm going to be looking at that on YouTube.
Well, we're going to have to let you go here. Goodbye, but I think it's a big thanks and goodbye from everybody here at the Australian Ballet.
See ya.
See ya.
Thank you.
Over to Moscow. Enjoy.